Right. We're live streaming right now. I'm just going to hit the record and then we'll let everybody in.
We have quorum.
Doesn't look like yet.
So without Ushma officially on the board, how many need for quorum? Jennifer, do you know how many do we need for quorum if Ushma's
Six.
six? Okay.
Six regardless. You could have 6 people on the council, you need 6.
Okay.
So how many do we have today? We have 2. Oh my. Okay, we got
So I think we have 3, you, me, and Chen.
a chance. Okay, Kush is entering
Yeah,
too.
Chen is here. Kush. So I think now we have 4.
All right. If you can send out an SOS message.
Yes, I sent an SOS.
Yeah. All right. Hello, everybody. We are recording, and we're live streaming as well, but we don't have enough council members yet for a meeting, so we're going to wait a few minutes here before we start the meeting. Okay. Chen.
Ben, Gloria is there, if you want to make her co-host.
Okay, I will do that momentarily.
Gloria Crisino.
Second, we have 5 with Robin Broshi. And
Hi.
I think we have Lupe now, so we should have 6 people to start.
okay, great. Let me make her a co-host too.
Chanel or Ben, would you mind admitting Kelly Shannon also and making her co-host?
Absolutely. Just 1 second.
I'm checking on Len and Robin.
Len just joined.
Elena's joined as well. All right.
That was, of course, my doing.
I do see a deaf parent. Is it okay if I go ahead and spotlight myself?
Yes, absolutely. That's fine.
Thank you.
Sorry, guys, I'm going to mute this. All I'm trying to do.
And we'll be doing spotlighting with speakers as well. Oh, thank you. Whoever did that. Just another minute as we provide our council members with co-hosting abilities. Oh, and Spencer Silverman as well.
Hello. Ben, can you make me co-host, please?
Absolutely. 1 second.
That's a raccoon there too.
think I got all the council members who are joining our February calendar meeting. So welcome, everybody. I'm Benjamin Morden, president of CECD2. I welcome you to our February calendar meeting. This month it's on the first Tuesday because we're trying not to conflict with Valentine's Day next Tuesday. So it was felt last July when we were scheduling our calendar meetings to have it on this day instead. At that time, we did not know there would be a conflict with some other meetings that are going on right now. There's a chancellor's meeting, a chancellor's forum with the CCHS, the Citywide High School Council. And I'm hoping we can end by around 9 for a lot of you all who might be interested in seeing the President's State of the Union address today as well. But we do have a full slate, a full agenda here. So let's get to that. If we can have roll call, please.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm going to do the roll call. Robin Broshi.
Here.
Kaushik Das. I just saw you. Yep. Danielle Igorov.
I'm here, sorry.
Lupe Hernandez.
Here.
Robin Kelleher here. Chen Kwok. I see you,
I'm
Chen.
here. Yeah, I'm here.
And Morden.
Here.
Len Silverman.
Here.
Lim Fong Sim. I believe she's not going to be here tonight. She wasn't feeling well and her family wasn't feeling well. So I'm assuming she won't be here tonight. Lily Liwa.
She's traveling right now.
Okay. Traveling and coming later or traveling and won't be here?
She's overseas. On an
Oh.
overseas trip.
Okay, got it. And Spencer Silverman.
Here.
Okay. So we're good to go.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Councilmember Kelleher. Our Vice President, Councilmember Das, would you like to go over the chat rules, please?
Yeah, hold on one second. Can you guys see? Okay. Chat rules will be posted at the start of the meeting. Only hosts and co-hosts will get unrestricted chat. All the participants will be allowed to post to everyone or individually to hosts and co-hosts. No participant-to-participant chats will be allowed. Participant to everyone chat will be disabled during speaking sessions. Will be disabled. This we had changed. Will not be. We keep it open during the superintendent's report now. After a vote, all participants will show respect in the chat. Council members, when communicating with the public, will endeavor to post only factual information to everyone, or in rare cases, directly to participants. Will not engage in arguments with participants publicly or privately. An overseeing committee of 3 individuals, Kaushik Das, Lupe Hernandez, Robin Kelleher, will monitor chat via text group. The third person was intended to be switched to Janie, who is not here today. I don't know if you're willing to continue in this capacity for one more time. We'll get back to that in a second. Profane language results in immediate expulsion. And if other language or behavior is deemed inappropriate by 2 of the 3 supervisory committee members, the first bad act will result in a 5-minute cooling off session for all, a second in a 10-minute cooling off session, and a third chat will be turned off for the remainder of the meeting. Lupe, would you be willing to continue as the third today?
It's going to be difficult for me this evening. I'm by myself with the kids.
Okay. I don't know if we need to take a vote. I'm just proposing to proceed with 2. Janie had a different proposal, but she's not here tonight either. So do we need a vote? Do we continue with the 2 that we have?
Yeah, I think we continue with the 2.
I'd love to have someone else help monitor the chat. I can't do it as a secretary while looking for people. So maybe someone else can help if The big,
And Daniela, can you help with that?
Yeah, sure.
thanks, Daniela.
Okay. I shut off my share, yes?
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna leave you spotlighted for a moment because you're gonna be speaking again, Vice President Doss. I just want to make a brief announcement before we move to the presentation of resolutions. We have two presentations today. We have one on fair student funding and one about the CEC elections. It is now election season for CECs, though we'll go into more depth about it. But this is a council and any members of the both council members who are planning to run again and members of the our audience here or families, parents who may be deciding to run. This forum is not for giving speeches and discussing about your personal views on with regards to the election. You will have opportunities for that during the face, which they may go over during the meeting, but you will have opportunities to express your on to the council. So I just wanted to bring that up before we proceed. And there are certain guidelines on that. FACE hopefully will provide that information today. But regardless, we look forward to the presentations, and I'd like to move forward now with the next agenda item, which is we have one resolution, and I believe there was a motion going to be made on a second one.
I'm sorry to interrupt. The deaf mom that's online is having a hard time seeing me. So can you just give us a minute to try to connect? I apologize.
Okay, I'm going to remove myself. Hopefully that's a little bit easier.
I think that would help.
Yeah. You're muted, Kush.
That's fine. We're not waiting on me, right? We're waiting on ASL.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm just checking.
Yeah, just give me 1 minute. I'm sorry. I'm trying to
That's
connect. No, she's not. I don't know if she's on a phone or an iPad. Just give us a second to try to find each other. Thank you.
I didn't do that.
Yeah, I did it. I'm hoping if I take it down and put it back up, she can see me. Okay, she's got me now. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, I do need to share my screen though. I'm not sure what that does to the interpreter, but bear with me.
Ben, while Kush is doing that, can you make Dennis Vespasiano co-host?
So I'll do that. Absolutely.
Okay, one last thing before I start. Do I make the motion to add the other resolution now or later? Probably doesn't matter, correct?
It's better to do it now.
Do it now.
Okay.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
I make a motion to add this resolution.
No.
221.
Sorry.
Sorry, 222. Right.
I request that you withdraw the motion. Let me take care of it. I'd like to make a motion. Well, you need to withdraw. Actually, agree.
I withdraw.
Right. I'd like to make a motion to add resolution 222, urgent recommendations regarding voting for CEC representatives to PEP. It was provided to the president yesterday in advance of the 6:30 deadline, It was posted to the website at the same time. It was then shared by constant comment with the whole council as well as the entire CECD2 mailing list. That's it. That's
I
it.
second, but it's actually 222, not 232.
You correct. Apologies. 232. 222.
It's okay.
Jesus.
222. I second. Should we do a roll call or can we do a raise of hands?
Well, we'll first, if anyone has any questions or comments.
And we'd also entertain any questions from parliamentarians to make sure that rules were followed.
I would do a roll call vote if it's a motion to
So we have
add.
to follow up with the motion and then we can discuss it. And during that period. Okay, so roll call, Robin Broshi. So we're voting yes or no to add this to our resolution agenda.
No.
No. Okay, Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela,
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez,
Abstain.
abstain. Okay, Robin Kelleher, yes. Jen Kwok. Is he co-host? Can he? I saw he rejoined.
Oh, I'll make him.
Might not be able to
Yeah.
unmute.
Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, he wasn't a co-host. Chen, you can unmute yourself now. Chen?
Yes, I vote yes.
Yes, okay. Ben Morden,
Yes.
Len,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim is away. Lily's absent. Spencer?
Abstain.
That's it. And I voted yes. So it passes. It will be on the agenda.
All right.
Robin, I'm sorry. Could you just call the vote and just the totals when you?
Sure. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean it. I have
Thanks.
no help tonight and I have 3 kids. So that was, it passed with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeses. 1 no. And 1 abstain.
Just please note the student member is the person who abstained.
No,
Yeah,
there were
they're
2
di-
abstains.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 abstains.
Lupe
Okay,
Hernandez
perfect. Sorry.
also abstained.
Okay, thank you.
So 2
Also,
abstains,
the student
including,
member doesn't count in the tally.
I'm sorry, what?
Student members don't count in a tally.
Exactly. So I'm only counting the 1 abstain, which was Lupe abstained. 1 no from Robin Broshi, 1 abstain from Lupe, and then 6 yeses. And then separately from that, we have Spencer, who was also an abstain.
Thank you, Recording Secretary Kelleher. Councilmember Doss, if you can, you're muted if you can make your presentation.
Sorry about that. Okay. I'd like to request 6 minutes for 6-minute timer for resolution 221. We're generally doing 5 minutes for 2 pages plus an additional minute for an additional page. But I'll begin regardless. 6 minutes should be plenty.
I'm going to be doing the timer on my phone.
Okay. Ready when you are. All right, so this is a resolution regarding G&T admissions. It's relevant because it's in process right now. It starts with a thanking of the Chancellor for what he has done to expand the announcement he made a year and a half ago, expanding gift G&T programs. Actually, I think it was a year ago. Further thanks them for listening to some of the recommendations that actually this council made, both by way of Resolution 195 and a G&T position paper, which Treasurer Chen Kwok was a co-author. Also thanks us for inviting members of our council to that announcement, including our President Ben Morton, current Recording Secretary Robin Kelleher, as well as then Vice President Daniela Egorov. However, it notes that it does since then progress in this form has stalled. There hasn't been for any further expansion in District 2, which is one of the largest districts, as we know, and also one of the largest districts with District G&T. It's unclear what's happening with the new third grade G&T, whether there's further expansion. I assume the current class is continuing, and I assume there's another class behind it, but we don't know that for a fact. There has been no such announcement by either our superintendent or DOE that I'm aware of. 2 years ago, the process was essentially a lottery because virtually every NYC child who applied was deemed qualified by a teacher or DOE evaluation. This resulted in a 90% qualification rate and basically rendered it a lottery. The following year, the G&T process was still highly influenced by lottery, which was noted by many council members. And then this year, again, there has been mention that that it's unclear what the standards are and how teachers are going to be admitting them. There was at one point a leaked video. It's unclear if that's what's being used. There's a lot of confusion by parents as to what their actual criteria will be, but there does not seem to be objective criteria still at this time. I did also at the last 2 meetings ago ask Superintendent McGuire how many District 2 teachers recommended all or almost all their students, or alternatively, teachers who have recommended none of their students, which is a common complaint that we heard from many parents within our district, as well as other districts. I will be making a formal request from enrollment as well on that regard. And that I think wraps it up to in the aforementioned training video. The behaviors were grouped in 3 categories: curiosity and initiative, approach to learning, and social perceptiveness and self-direction. In the first 2 categories, curiosity and initiative and approach to learning, they're focused largely on verbal expression and demonstration of interesting subject matter. But such questions and observations are highly subjective. The third category, social perceptiveness and self-direction, is simply a personality test with little obvious connection to a student's academic ability. CECD2 finds the assessment overall as inherently subjective and vulnerable to the biases of teachers or school administration. There have been firsthand reports of teachers not just looking at the nomination form, not actually filling out the individual checkboxes, and subsequently nominating the child for approval. I'm not going to get into the details of the rest of it. I would point out a couple more whereas Chancellor Banks believes grades are a good measure of evaluating students. They are subject to variation and subjectivity based on different teachers' grading policies. The grades came into effect last year for grades kindergarten and higher, kindergarten through 2nd. And in the end, this still ends up being yet another lottery process, which we feel should be merit-based. We feel our students are more than lottery numbers. Therefore, be it resolved that CECD2 calls upon Chancellor Banks, Deputy Chancellor Carolyn Quintana, Chief Enrollment Officer Sarah Kleinhandler, Senior Director of G&T Admissions Daniel Hildreth, collectively known as the DOE, to immediately utilize a nationally recognized standardized screener for giftedness and admissions for all G&T programs to reduce the subjectivity and bias in the process, as well as ensure all children are considered for G&T programs, which is universal screening as well. That CECD2 requests the DOE utilize local norms to ensure appropriate identification of gifted children from disadvantaged backgrounds. CECD2 recommends that for G&T admissions, eligibility should be determined by administering an objective universal assessment each year. If a student achieves a certain threshold on the assessment, students could be evaluated by a teacher. Therefore, be resolved that CECD2 insists that any teacher evaluation would utilize evaluators with specific G&T training, substantially more than the 30 to 40-minute training video. That evaluations be based on learning ability and not personality. Publish guidelines for parents who wish to request their nomination forms, and decision appeals available to parents.
You have 30 seconds.
Further recommend that any gradability is using the top 10% of each class, as not just each school. And any grade eligibility should only be a qualifying criteria. Qualifying students should then be used in objective assessment thereafter. And then I'll let people read this last part. CECD to recommend that G&T in regards to G&T programming, the standardized minimum curriculum for G&T, the curriculum that focused on accelerated learning over enrichment, and students should be grouped in classes together for core academic standards. And they should ensure that all schools employing the GMT program have administrators and teachers
And
committed
that's
to
time,
the
Kush.
practice of accelerated learning. All right, thank you. Okay, and that's resolution 221. Moving on to 222. This one I will largely be reading. It's on the shorter side, and I'll request 5 minutes here. It's 1 page shorter. When you are, I'll start.
Yep.
CECD2 thanks the DOE for holding elections for the 5 representatives by borough to the PEP. We welcome Hassan Naveed as our Manhattan representative, and we also pointed out that we appreciate the election of Queens representative Effie Zachary, given his particular expertise with CCHS, an area that had previously been ignored, and it just still happened, coincidence that he's on it, but we're thankful for that. However, having thanked the DOE and congratulated these members, we take issue with several specifics on how the elections were conducted and suggest a number of improvements. Whereas the DOE and the New York State Assembly, Senate and Assembly have frequently and widely touted this as a democratic election, it was decidedly not, lacks transparency and true parent voice. It disagrees with our council disagrees with the notion of a nominating committee elected by CEC presidents is an unnecessary level of abstraction that does not allow for any qualified parent to run or follow democratic principles. We see no value or merit in 8 of the 10 nominating members coming from an outside Manhattan having any say on our election as a Manhattan representative. We disagree with Dr. Melendez of FACE, who said that CEC presidents should have a right to privacy and independent voting. We disagree. The CEC presidents have a higher obligation to their council, larger community, and transparency, and therefore shouldn't have a right to privacy of voting. CEC presidents are used to dealing with the majority of actions being done in public with regards to open meeting law. But we still disagree with, and furthermore, disagree with just CEC presidents voting. Voting by CEC presidents does not ensure all voices in a district are heard. Even if the presidents do adequately represent their district, it doesn't properly represent a majority voice in our borough. As districts within Manhattan vary immensely by size and number of families. The current system excludes CCHS and all high school students, who represent roughly 1/3 of all our students. Multiples of levels of abstraction do not allow for parent voice. Rather, they distort, muffle, even silence parent voice. Even the president and the vice president of this council is opposed to voting by just presidents. Current state law dictates that CEC presidents can vote for the CEC representatives. It does not prescribe the manner in how they vote. This New York state law can allow for an election by parent or popular vote, with CEC presidents casting votes in agreement with the popular vote, similar to an electoral college or public referendum system. Whereas the DOE will be running elections in CEC elections in April, which already uses a voting mechanism whereby parents in our districts can vote directly for CEC representatives. A similar similar system could be used to leverage for PEP this coming June. Therefore, be it resolved. There's 3. CECD2 implores Governor Kathy Hochul, New York State Senator, and New York City NYC Education Chair John Liu, the State Senate and the State Assembly to change New York State law to allow popular elections by all parents within a borough to vote directly for their CEC representatives to the PEP. In the meantime, CEC requests that the DOE, specifically Deputy Chancellor Kenita Lloyd, FACE Director Melendez, Paolo DeCock, and Diana Iqbal of FACE, immediately revise the chancellor regs to replace the current system of a nominating committee with a system that only performs simple screens for eligibility, more similar to the current CEC elections. Allow parents to select their CEC representatives to the PEP by a popular vote. Allow a popular voting ideally by borough, not by district, so that parents of larger districts do consideration than parents of a smaller district. And require CEC presidents to vote for whomever the parents elect by the borough. So basically having them become a voice for the actual popular vote. This would be allowed both by state law if the chancellor's regs were revised.
1 minute left.
And therefore, be it further resolved, the CECD2 requests that the DOE release all information regarding the deliberations and voting of the nominating committee this past December, and release the voting records of CEC presidents from this election as well. And there are 1 or 2 amendments based on feedback I received from some council members and parents. Those of you should present it at a later time. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councilmember Doss, Vice President Doss. If you can unshare your screen.
Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you so much. Now, if we can go to our first presentation. I believe it's the Fair Student Funding presentation, and we have two presenters. We have Sunny and Venusta, I believe.
We actually have three presenters because I have been tasked with sharing a portion of tonight's piece on the Fair Student Funding formula. So,
oh, brilliant! I wasn't aware of all that. Great.
Yeah, it was the chancellor has asked superintendents to get directly involved, but I am joined here by two of our budget experts, Sunny Asra and Denise Vespasiano, who are both here to help support the presentation of the budget proposal. So, Sunny, Denise, do you want to say anything to start, or should we just jump right into it?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sunny. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I apologize. There was some troubles getting logged in, but good old Google Gmail helped us out here.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Denise, and I'm here to support Kelly and answer any questions you might have regarding the Fair Student Funding budget.
Thanks so much, Sunny and Denise. So every spring, the Panel for Education Policy votes on the DOE budget allocation formula for the following fiscal year. In preparation for this event, superintendents and borough-based support staff present the DOE's proposed FSF budget allocations for FY 2024 to all community and citywide education councils. The purpose of today's presentation is to review the DOE's budget and allocation formula, review Fair Student Funding and the proposed changes for fiscal year 2024, which aligns with the 2023-2024 school year. This presentation marks a new approach in how New York City Public Schools is conducting community engagement around our school budgets and any proposed changes to the Fair Student Funding formula. Our goal is to increase our transparency in ensuring that you, as critical community stakeholders, are made aware of how our schools are funded and made aware of the resources available to you to better understand your school budgets. Our new approach is a change that was one of few recommendations made by the Fair Student Funding Working Group, convened in July 2022 at the request of the Chancellor. The FSF Working Group worked over the course of 4 months in partnership with the national school finance experts and our own finance team to deeply understand the current Fair Student Funding formula, look at New York City school demographics, and make recommendations for changes to the formula. The working group included a wide range of stakeholders, including CEC members, PEP members, union leaders, advocates, parents, and elected officials. The working group published a report in November 2022 to make recommendations to the Chancellor for changes to the formula, which he considered and determined a few recommendations to move forward with. We will be discussing those changes in this presentation shortly. In addition to recommendations to change the formula, the working group also asked that we work intentionally to better engage the community about school budgeting, the Fair Student Funding formula, and how money to schools is allocated within this formula. This presentation marks a shift in our approach and demonstrates our commitment to the recommendations of the working group to focus on our transparency and community engagement. I appreciate your joining your meeting today, as I always do, and we'll dive into this presentation. Now onto the agenda. Today I'm going to be discussing 3 main topics: sharing an overview of this year's overall New York City public school budget, providing a detailed explanation of the Fair Student Funding formula, and discussing the proposed changes to the Fair Student Funding formula for 2023-2024 school year. If you have questions during this presentation, I'm going to ask you to direct them to the chat. We'll have team members ready to respond to these questions, Sunny and Denise. Questions that they are not able to answer during the presentation will be collected and shared with the New York City Public Schools team, who will then respond, and I will share back with the group. Additionally, the intention of this session is to collect public comments on our proposed changes. We ask that if you have specific feedback on the proposed changes to the Fair Student Funding Formula, that you please feel free to share that feedback with budget public comments at schools.nyc.gov. Denise or Sunny, if you could place that into the chat, please. Thank you. Our New York City Public Schools team will be taking public comments received at this email address into consideration in the coming weeks. And one final note about this presentation, while I will be providing an overview of our New York City Public Schools budget and our district budget, I will not be reviewing our individual school budgets. Those are accessible on our public school website. This slide shows you the steps to find public school budgets from our homepage. I will give you a minute to use this information to load your school-specific budget if you are interested. And again, that's just starting at schools.nyc.gov, finding a school. There is a step in here that is maybe not quite as clear. If you're finding a school, and then you want to put in PS1 for site, and then you would search it. You do also have to click on the name of the school here. And then you can scroll down to reports and then budgets and finances, and you'll be able to get all the information there. I'm now going to provide an overview of our overall budget and where the funding comes from. Our total budget for the 2022-2023 school year is $37.6 billion, or about $31,000 per student in our system. New York City provides most of our funding. For the 2022-2023 school year, the city contributed $20 billion, or about 54% of our total budget. Most of our funding from the city comes from what we call city tax levy dollars. City tax levy funds are drawn from local taxes, including property taxes, sales taxes, and personal income taxes. Every year, the mayor proposes the amount of city tax levy funding we get, and the city council must pass the budget into law. $13 billion, or 36%, comes from the New York State funding. New York State is our second largest source of funding. For the 2022-2023 school year, the state will contribute $13 billion, or 36% of our total budget. Every year, the governor proposes the amount of state funding that we will get, mainly based on the number and types of students enrolled in our schools. And then the state legislature must pass the budget into law. Funding generally comes from income and corporate taxes, as well as property and sales taxes. Federal funding comprises a total of $4 billion for our school this year, or for our schools this year. The federal government is our third largest source of funding. The federal government gets its funding mainly from income taxes. Every year, Congress proposes a budget, and the president must sign the budget into law. The Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA, provides the rules for allocating most of the federal funding we receive. For the 2022-2023 school year, the federal government will contribute $2 billion, or 5% of our total budget, as well as an additional $2 billion, or 5% of our budget in temporary federal stimulus funding. In the previous slide, we covered how an overview of where New York City Public Schools receives its funding, and now we will shift into how that funding is spent in our schools and across our system. The largest proportion of our budget is allocated towards K-12 schools and instruction. We allocate $15.1 billion, or 46% of our total budget, of our overall budget, annually to support our schools, including health and school climate initiatives, special education, and other operating expenses. Most of the instructional dollars, over $15 billion this year, are controlled at the school level. Within our budget, we have mandated costs that must be covered annually, including employee benefits, pension, and debts, as well as state-mandated payments to charter schools, non-public, and contract schools. We allocate $2 billion to support early childhood across the city. Finally, superintendent and field offices, as well as central offices, comprise just 2% of our total budget. K-12 allocations are all dollars given directly to district schools, in addition to associated fringe and pension costs. Under the oversight of principals and superintendents, school budgets are used for all instructional expenses at the DOE. 15.1 billion in school budgets pays for the costs, including salaries and benefits for classroom teachers, classroom paraprofessionals, principals, assistant principals, and deans, and other classroom and school-based staff. This also includes funding for textbooks, computers, materials, and supplies. The school operations section pays for non-instructional services that students receive. The 4.3 billion is used to pay for costs, including free breakfast and lunch available to all students, bus routes, loan payments on buildings, new construction and renovation. This is similar to mortgage payments. Non-public and contract school payments covers schools and programs that educate New York City students but are not directly run by the New York City Department of Education. This $2 billion includes charter schools, students with disabilities attending specialized schools, supplemental services to students attending non-public schools, employee benefits, pension, and debts. This $10 billion pays for healthcare and other employee benefits, pension payments for staff, and debt payments on loans for school construction upgrades.
Hey, Kelly.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can.
I'm gonna just take the slide 6.
Okay.
If that's okay.
That is great.
And I'll pass it back to you for slide 7.
No problem.
Now we're gonna look at the financial breakdown for our district. Again, this will not cover the breakdown by schools. You can find that on the NYC Public Schools website by following the directions that we shared at the start of this session. As you can see, in District 2, we have $667 million budget across 119 pre-K through 12 schools, serving 53,371 students, including pre-K centers. This does not include District 75, since those programs are not funded through fair student funding.
I'm sorry. How many students did you say in the district? I'm sorry.
I had 53,731.
And that's K-12.
Yeah. And I will pass it back to you, Kelly. I'm gonna drop the stuff in the chat now.
Sure. Thanks, Sonny. So who decides how the money is spent at the school level? Once this funding is in place within school budgets, principals are responsible for the funds allocated to schools and have a great deal of flexibility in how they spend the funding. These choices are made in partnership with the school leadership team, or SLT, as principals and the SLTs create the School Comprehensive Education Plan, or CEP. They identify school-specific instructional needs and priorities and align the school budgets to this plan. Principals work with their SLTs to create the school's budget in alignment to the goals and instructional priorities outlined in the CEP. Superintendents supervise all principals in our district, though this process must approve all budgets and their alignment with the school's CEP. We will now go into more depth around what fair student funding is. Fair student funding, sometimes referred to as FSF, is the largest funding stream that we provide to schools. As discussed in the previous slide, the allocation of fair student funding provided to schools is based on the number of students enrolled at each school and the specific needs of those students. We make these calculations based on our fair student funding formula, which calculates how we distribute this overall pot of money to schools. Within the formula, students with needs that require more support receive more funding in alignment with those needs. Funding from the fair student funding allocation provides for each school's basic instructional program and classroom services. This funding can be used to pay for classroom teachers, including arts, gym, and cluster teachers at the elementary school level, as well as school leadership, guidance counselors, social workers, and administrative and pupil support staff. I now want to use this opportunity to further clarify some of what we have already discussed today. Throughout this presentation, we have been talking about fair student funding and the fair student funding formula. When we say fair student funding, we are talking about the money that is allocated to K-12 schools from this large pot, not including pre-K centers or District 75 programs. This year, the FSF pot is $7 billion. The fair student funding formula is a method by which we decide how to allocate that funding to schools. This slide outlines the formula and how we utilize the formula to calculate the total amount of fair student funding that each school receives. Off the top, each school receives a foundational amount of $225,000 annually. This is a baseline funding allocation that is provided to every school, regardless of the number of students that the school serves. Next, we add funding for collective bargaining related costs, which is contractual pay increases for school staff. Then we calculate the remainder of the FSF funding by allocating a base amount for each student per capita, and then allocating additional funding based on each student's identified educational needs and instructional programs. It is in this part of the formula that we take into account the weights that we've been referring to throughout this presentation. On the next slide, we'll dive more deeply into the weights that we utilize to determine the specific dollar amounts that we allocate per student, so you have a clear understanding of what goes into this part of the formula. I also want to pause to reiterate. I also want to reiterate here that within this formula, we take the time to examine the individual needs of each student to determine funding allocations. We make these individualized calculations for each student, aligned to their individual and specific needs and educational program to determine how much funding would be provided to that school for each student. Now, to more deeply understand the current weights that we use to calculate that last part of the formula from the previous slide. On this slide, there are the FSF weights for the current school year, 2022-2023, or fiscal year 2023. Here you can see different types of weights that students can be eligible to receive based on their instructional needs or academic programs. Again, these are the weights for this current year. In the previous slides, we mentioned that the Fair Student Funding Working Group has made recommendations for changes to the Fair Student Funding formula. This is the area where they made recommendations for changes. Later in this presentation, we will show a very similar chart that indicates weight changes that we are proposing for the next school year, 2023-2024, or also called fiscal year 24. That were made as a result of the work with the FSF working group. For 2022-2023, the base weight of 1 was equal to approximately $4,197 per capita. This per capita is adjusted annually to reflect changes to the citywide average teacher salary. The basic grade weight is allocated to schools for all students in their audited, which is on October 31st, register, or the number of students who are in the school on October 31st, and is calculated by considering instructional programming requirements by student grade level with distinct weights for K-5, 6-8, and 9-12. Why does the grade 6 through 8 have a heavier weight than high school bands? The elementary school weight is set at a primary weight of 1 and serves as the starting point for the calculation of all subsequent FSF weights. Middle school students carry the largest weight due to the evidence of a large drop-off in student achievement and greater average socio-emotional needs, as well as higher teacher cost factors. As middle school teachers are entitled to a preparation period and a professional administrative activity period, 1.4 middle school teachers are needed to cover each class as compared to 1.2 for each elementary school class. High school students in grades 9 through 12 are weighted at a slightly higher level than grades K through 5 for several reasons. Older students tend to have higher costs for non-personnel, such as more costly science materials. They often take electives that break into smaller classes, and their schools often require more administrative personnel. This approach is consistent with our historic funding practices and with the practices in other cities. Funding for academic intervention, AIS, is determined by student academic performance when they enter a school using test scores from their previous year. For schools where students do not have incoming test scores in the lower grades, such as before students begin taking tests, or if they do not have prior test scores, we provide funding based on students' poverty level. Funding for special education is determined by the percentage of time students spend receiving special education services. For example, we have one weight for students receiving services for less than 20% of their week, another weight funding students receiving part-time services for up to 59% of their week, and a final weight for students receiving full-time special education services. These special education weights are then also broken out by student grade level with specific weighting value, again, determined based on the cost of providing the instructional program. We also provide supplemental funding that supports students who have been declassified as special education students. Funding for English language learners is allocated based on student grade level, reflecting mandated instructional services, including bilingual and ENL instructional programming. Additionally, we have weights for former English language learners who have achieved proficiency within the past 2 years, as indicated using the state-designated term commanding. We also provide funding for English language learners with students with interrupted formal education or SIFE status. Students with this classification receive their respective ELL weight in addition to the SIFE weight. We also have another category of weights for portfolio high schools. These weights are provided to schools based on the number of students who are involved in these academic programs within each high school. Career and technical weights have different tiers based on their type of career preparation program. Programs that require more resources, such as nursing, agricultural, and veterinary, aviation, technology, automotive, and culinary skills, require industry-specific equipment, higher levels of consumable materials, supplies and materials, student internship requirements that are integral to the program of study, and highly specialized and ongoing industry training for teachers. Those also have higher weights to support that instructional programming. There are also separate weights for students in specialized academic or specialized audition schools and for students attending transfer schools. Only students attending high schools are eligible for these weights. In order to determine the weight for each student, we evaluate their eligibility for the weight based on data in the New York City public school systems that store key information about students. Now we are going to walk through the process for how fair student funding would be allocated for 2 students, Sam and Alex. Through the fair student funding formula, Sam and Alex are 2 students who attend an elementary school in our district. The orange section shows the grade weight that they first receive. Because they are elementary students, they are both entitled to the K-5 grade weight of 1, again shown in the orange, in the graph in orange. If they were middle school students, they would have a weight of 1.08. And if they were high school students, they would receive a weight of 1.03. Both Sam and Alex are classified as English language learners as shown in green. Sam is an elementary school multilingual learner enrolled in a standalone English as a new language ENL program. Therefore, Sam is entitled to the K-5 ENL weight of 4/10. Alex is also an elementary school multilingual learner. Alex is enrolled at a bilingual program at his school. The school has appropriately coded Alex as enrolled in a bilingual program in the New York City Public Schools scheduling system STARS. As such, Alex is entitled to the K-5 bilingual weight of 0.44. Both students are students with disabilities requiring special education classroom instructional service of special education teacher support services or SETS, special class SC, or integrated co-teaching. Sam's Individualized Education Program, or IEP, requires that 20% of Sam's instructional program to be in an IEP setting. Therefore, Sam is entitled to the less than 20% special education weight of 0.56, as shown in yellow. Alex's Individualized Education Program is 21% to 59% of Alex's instructional program to be spent in an IEP setting. Therefore, Alex is entitled to the 21 to 59% of special education weight of 1.25, as shown in yellow. Both students are students in poverty. Therefore, they are entitled to the FSF academic intervention weight of 0.12, as shown in blue. When you add all these pieces together, Sam's allocation through the FSF formula would total a weight of 2.08, while Alex's allocation total is 2.81. Because each weight of 1 is equal to $4,137, Sam's weight of 2.08 is equal to approximately $8,600, while Alex's weight of 2.81 is equal to approximately $11,600 under the FSF formula. Now, moving forward. And now that we've gone into great depth on the overall New York City Public Schools budget for the current school year, as well as the current Fair Student Funding formula, I'm going to review what is ahead for fiscal year FY24, which aligns to the 2023-2024 school year. There are some common misconceptions around the Fair Student Funding formula and how it allocates resources to schools and students. Our analyses show that by and large, the Fair Student Funding formula is very effective at directing more resources to students that have greater needs. As noted on the slide, through the Fair Student Funding formulas, our schools have the highest share of students in poverty. Our schools that have the highest share of students in poverty receive 26% more per capita funding than our schools with the lowest share of students in poverty. Further, our analyses show that similar patterns exist for schools with students in temporary housing, students with disabilities, and English language learners. And while our data show that the way we calculate Fair Student Funding allocations through the Fair Student Funding formula is equitable, we do believe that improvements can be made in the Fair Student Funding formula. As discussed briefly in the presentation, in the summer of 2022, the Fair Student Funding Working Group was formed in response to Chancellor Banks' request to examine the Fair Student Funding formula and make suggestions for improvement to it. Over the course of 4 months, the group worked in partnership with national experts and our New York City Public School team to analyze and identify a series of recommended changes to the formula, as well as aligned by policy recommendations. The working group was tasked with reviewing and making recommendations relating to the Fair Student Funding formula, including the categories, types of students, grade levels, and weights within the formula, in order to best meet the needs of students citywide, while keeping equity at the core of the work. The working group published a report with recommendations for changes to the formula in November 2022. All of the working group's materials, including the presentations, meeting minutes, and final report, are available on our website at the link provided that Sunny hopefully will provide in the chat. The Fair Student Funding Working Group published a report with recommendations for changes to the Fair Student Funding, as well as policy recommendations for how New York City schools could improve the Fair Student Funding overall. As a note, some of the public materials published by the working group showed that in some of the modeling that districts would lose funding as a result of some of the proposals. In our implementation of these new weights, districts and schools would not lose funding as a result of these new weights. Moving forward, the Chancellor has accepted and is proposing 2 changes to the Fair Student Funding formula, which I will now discuss. We are first proposing to add a students in temporary housing weight to the Fair Student Funding formula. This weight would provide additional funding to schools for students who are identified as students in temporary housing. This marks a significant shift in how we allocate resources to our students, with this specific focus on supporting students who reside in temporary housing. This will have an impact on our asylum-seeking families who are living in temporary housing, providing additional resources to the schools who are taking them in. This was a top recommendation from the Fair Student Funding Working Group and is expected to drive $45 million in funding, impacting students in temporary housing across all 5 boroughs. We will better understand how much funding we will be receiving in our district by late spring when the initial allocations are released. Secondly, we are proposing to add a concentration weight to the Fair Student Funding formula. The concentration weight would provide additional funding to schools with high populations of students with significant needs. Research shows that schools that serve higher concentrations of students with high needs, such as students in poverty, students with disabilities, English language learners, require additional resources to provide robust education and appropriate resources and supports to their schools. This weight is expected to drive $45 million in funding to schools in all 5 boroughs and would impact over 300 schools across the city, serving the highest concentration of our neediest students. We will better understand how much funding we will be receiving in our district by initial allocations, again, to be expected to receive in the spring. The concentration weight includes factors for proposition of students who are in poverty, consistent with the working group suggestions that we look at poverty in our weights, students with disabilities, and students who are in temporary housing and other indicators. Moving forward, New York City's public schools will be prioritizing budget appeals process to be responsive to special education programming. Throughout the engagement sessions, the working group shared the critical need for schools to receive funding for all the programmatic needs of students with disabilities in a general education setting. Understanding that there are changes to special education programming that may be impacted by changing enrollment at schools, we will be prioritizing supporting small schools and schools with high proportions of students with disabilities in the budget appeals process. While this was not a recommendation in the working group's final report, we heard this as a significant issue from many members of the working group and wanted to be responsive to the needs of the group. We will be working as a system to increase our transparency around school budgets. We also heard concerns over a lack of transparency and understanding in how we fund schools, how the formula works, and what funds are available at the school level. We are taking steps to address this by being more thoughtful around how we present information to the public and ensure that through presentations and on our website, that information is more accessible to all our stakeholders, including making significant changes to presentations just like this one. In order to decide on which recommendations to choose, we carefully considered the recommendations of the working group and looked closely at the impacts of each recommendation. The working group was clear with their values, that we have more work to do to direct funding to our schools with the greatest needs. We selected these proposals by balancing the values of equity and stability, looking to direct additional resources toward our schools and students with highest needs, while ensuring that schools do not see disruptions to existing resources. As a note, schools will not lose money as a result of these proposals. We are not reducing any weights to schools to fund this proposal. This chart, similar to the one shown earlier, now includes proposed weights for next school year. What is listed here in the blue highlighted section in the top right hand of the table are those proposed changes to the FSF weights for the next school year. This means if approved by the Panel for Education Policy in April, these new weights will be used to calculate the school's FSF allocation for the 2023-2024 school year. If approved by the PEP, there is no impact to the current school year budgets. New weights would be calculated and impact school budgets by the initial allocations for next year, FY 2024. And now here's our timeline for moving forward. In February and March, given initial budget estimates of the city and state revenue, New York City's school superintendents present the CECs with a proposed fair student funding weights for the coming school year. That is this presentation that I am doing right now. In April and in May, the Panel for Education Policy votes on the proposed fair student funding weights for the coming school year. In late spring, New York City Public Schools will release budget allocations to schools. In June, principals, along with their school leadership teams, propose budgets for the coming year. In July, my team and I will certify alignment between school budgets and the comprehensive education plans of each school for the coming year. In September, then this next school year begins. All public comments will be reviewed by the New York City Public Schools team. Public questions and comments related to the FSF formula will be posted on the Panel for Education Policy website. Analysis and response of each relevant question and comment will be available for review on the FSF website in advance of the April 28th vote. Comments and questions may be directed to the following email address or phone number by April 18th, 2023. Those are available there, and we will also drop them in the chat. I thank you tremendously for your time and attention today. Thank you for sharing any questions that you plan to share following this presentation. And we will be gathering unanswered questions and sharing those responses back either by the April 28th vote or sooner. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Superintendent McGuire. And if there are any council members who have a question or would like to submit one. I don't see any hand. Oh, we have a council member Kwok, our treasurer. You're muted. Okay, I'll make you a co-host. Okay, you can unmute yourself now.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. I don't know how many questions I get to ask. You know,
Oh yeah, yes. Let's leave it at what we used last month. 2 minutes each for council members.
So my question is, first question. Thank you very much, Superintendent McGuire and Sunny. The first question I have is: we have about $38 billion of total budget that you presented, but we have a declining enrollment. What part of the budget is used for non-teaching costs? If you could show that slide again, I'd greatly appreciate it. And the non-teaching costs, I'd like to understand out of that, how much costs, pensions, benefits, salaries are for teachers who are not teaching, quote unquote, the rubber room teachers, where the teachers being taken away from the classroom, and now you have to hire a duplicate teacher to cover, but you can't fire that non-teaching teacher. I'd like to know all the non-teaching costs of the DOE, especially that type of cost. Would you have that information?
So
go ahead,
Kelly, I can, yeah. Chin, how are you? It's been a while.
Hi, Sonny, how you doing? Good to see you.
Likewise, I will say that information is not something that we have handy today to present to the council. I would say, as always, if, thank you, Kelly, for sharing the screen. You could see the breakouts there. If you would like to ask that specific question, we would say just send the email to the budget public comments at schools@nyc.gov inbox. And we thank you for that question.
Thank you. And I just have a follow-up question to that. Given the reductions in the enrollment and you know, the FSF proposed one seems to try to leave. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Tries to leave untouched the weighting or even add weighting. Now, you know, I know a little bit about how things are accounted for and financed. If you have the same pot of money, you increase one side of the pot, then you don't have that much remaining in the pot for the foundation money. So if each school used to get $250,000, then you up the weights for everything else. Do you still have $250 left for each school? Do you now need to take away from the other side of the pot to pay for this? So maybe it's like funny money, as we like to call it in my professional career. How much of it is real money that's being flowed in, and where is it coming from? What had to be cut in order to fund that, or are there increased taxes to fund that? Thank you.
I will say, Chin, I'm going to see, I believe I might have some information on that, but I'd like to get some other questions in while I'm searching for that answer.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
okay.
Because the idea is like there's no free lunch. It has to come from somewhere. if you increase the weighting for all these different new things with the same amount of money in your pocket, something has to give. Thank you.
I will try to share something, and I'll share it in the chat if I can. If I'm unable to find it, I'll share the email address again, but I will try to commit to finding something because I recall seeing something on this.
Thank you.
Any, Councilmember Das, if you have a question.
Kelly, hi. How much information did they actually, how much training, how much information did they share with you before you actually shared this presentation with us? Because I've heard of superintendents of other districts receiving kind of minimal information before they actually presented to their council. And you had mentioned already that you had said that you didn't have exact numbers yet, but do you have any rough ideas of how much, because weights are being reallocated, do you have any rough idea of how much money is flowing into and out of our district as a result of these weighting changes?
Yeah, I really don't have an understanding of money flowing in or out. I did participate in a training in which, the primary focus was this review, and then also just talking a little bit about the working group and how the working group came to their that the working group existed, and the working group came together to make these recommendations. As I stated in the presentation here too, that these are just currently recommendations and have not yet been accepted. But it is, they are within alignment of the chancellor's vision for how he thinks that schools should be funded. But I don't have specifics about our district right now.
I mean, it's hard to provide commentary to whether or not we like these proposals or not if you don't have even some gross numbers on how that's going. And it also dovetails with what Chen is saying. I mean, I think what Sunny's going to refer to is the chancellor said that no money would be reduced in any school, though that's not really clear. It's your presentation just said that no weights would be reduced. However, but to Chen's point, if some weights are not reduced but all others are increased, they are effectively reduced if the amount of money.
If I could just add to that, this is Denise, I'm a budget director. The money is mostly per capita. So as far as you saying the coming in the district and going out of the district, it would most likely depend on the registers and the additional needs weights, which are the STH kids, students in temporary housing, the special ed supports needed for the students in the district, the L supports needed for the students in the district, the low poverty. So there's a lot of factors that contribute to the school's budget, and it all depends on the student need of each particular school, because most of the allocations, most of the funding is allocated per capita.
But you have those numbers. You have those numbers already. We already know the current number of students in each of those categories, and yes, we have projections for how many came in for example, for asylum-seeking students. You have rough projections for those numbers. If you have those numbers, whether it be 1,000 or 10,000 or 100,000 or 1 million, plugging that into either a database or a spreadsheet would yield the money flowing in or out.
That's it. 2 minutes also.
Well, that would be that. Are you talking about this year or next year?
I mean, we're talking about whether or not we want this for next year. So it's hard to have an honest conversation about that if we don't have some general ideas of what's going in and out. But my 2 minutes are up. So Daniela.
Yeah, I think that it's very important what you were asking, Kush, because my question is more about, I'm less concerned about the impact of the fair share funding. I know that there's some people who think there are real implications. The biggest problem for our district is that people just want out now. And I think the problem that, the finance team of QE is going to have on getting feedback is that we just went through a process where our superintendent received a lot of feedback from our community in terms of admissions, and then decide to ignore completely that feedback and make a proposal that does not address the needs of our of our community. And so, and there is a real lack of trust. Like as we're here, we have only 50 people in this meeting. Like usually we used to have like hundreds of people in our meetings. I am receiving messages like, does it even matter if I provide feedback? I have provided before, it was completely ignored. And the overall, I think, mood in our district is how can I get out, right? And we have seen these numbers in terms of middle schools, and it continues like that. People just want, either move out, go private, or get a scholarship. Like that's what a lot of families are planning. And so I think that in terms of financial planning for district, like even more important than the funding formula is how are we going to counter the huge scape that is driving the middle school, because we just don't have any more rigorous coursework for students in our district.
Are there any other council members with questions? Yep. Recording secretary,
Well,
Kelleher?
I'm sorry, Ben. I would love an answer to like how we're going to counter this, like the declining numbers in middle schools, and the clear indication that we're getting from so many families who are actively planning to get out of our district. And we have the sixth grader numbers for this year compared to last year, compared to 2 years, compared to 3 years. Does anybody have a plan?
I'm sorry, what's your question?
Do you have a plan to prevent the declining number of middle school students in our district?
I mean, we do have a plan to make our schools truly excellent. Our teachers, their parent groups, our principals are real partners in this work. I would point to some of the work that we've been doing around our district comprehensive education plan, around ensuring that all of our students can read, that we are building our accelerated mathematics program, that we are instituting new mathematics curricula across all of our middle schools. Our middle schools continue to provide incredible programs, both in arts and after-school programs. There are a lot of things that are happening in our schools that make them truly attractive. And we have been getting very positive feedback, both from folks who work in our schools and the families that work directly with our school leaders.
What is the data telling you, Kelly? You can say that the schools are attractive, but if people are not enrolling their children in the middle schools, it doesn't matter. Like you can say that they are attractive, they are doing all this work, but what is the data telling you in terms of sixth graders this year compared to a year ago, compared to 2 years ago?
It is true that New York City has seen a trend of a declining enrollment over almost the last decade, District 2 included. But we feel really positive about the program that we have moving forward and the ways in which we're going to be able to strengthen both the academic, the social emotional, the after school, the enrichment programs that are happening in our schools. We are looking forward to seeing how it is that families respond to the middle school proposal for admissions that was accepted by our central office, and what that's going to look like in the coming fall. And so I'm looking forward to seeing that. And as I've said before, we are going to continue to listen to families, adjust programs and proposals as they come up and as they arise. But we feel confident, not just myself, but our district team and our school-based teams in being able to move forward next year with some strong changes to how our middle schools run. And so we're feeling good about that. And yes, we will continue to look at data on middle school admissions.
I think, as I said before,
Daniela, council member.
Just one final second.
No, it's been over 2 minutes. It's been over
Okay.
2 minutes. Thank you. Council member Kelleher, please.
Okay, I'll be quick. I just want to piggyback a little bit on this. Kelly, you spoke a lot about increased weights to students in need and in temporary housing. What about any increased weights to schools with students related to outcome and performance? Has there been discussion of that? I mean, in my opinion, that it might solve a lot of what we're discussing right now. Might parents realize that schools are being rated on and rewarded based on outcome? Wouldn't that incentivize them to do what you're hopeful they will do? Because I think parents, as Danielle was saying, don't trust what you're saying. Don't trust that the magic will happen just because we'd like it to happen. So is there any weighting that will be placed on students and schools who have students performing? And specifically, I'd like to know from an outside perspective, via, for example, like a non-subjective test, like an objective test, like a state testing, not grades that are given by teachers from that school, because we know how that turns out.
There's a lot of information that is available on the website from the working group. So you can go through and you can see how it is that the working group came together, what their proposals look like, what the discussions look like that they had in the run-up to these proposals. The changes to the Fair Student Funding formula are based on the interests of the chancellor, the educators, families, the working group, in ensuring that the students who have been most impacted by different factors that do relate to issues of achievement, that do relate to issues of safety and school attendance, that those students are receiving the kinds of supports that they need in order to meet the expectations that have been placed upon them by the state, by teachers, by schools. So we are trying to do our very best to put programs in place that are going to support them.
So if I'm correct, the answer is no. There is no extra weighting being considered for students based on higher academic performance, and thereby rewarding schools and incentivizing schools. Is that correct? No.
I would point you to the information.
Nothing you can cite here, right? Nothing that you can specifically point to here.
There are these two items were proposed by the chancellor as for changes to the Fair Student Funding weight. I'm sorry, the working group proposed 2 changes to the chancellor, and the chancellor is putting those 2 changes forward to the PEP.
Okay, I have my answer. Thank you.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Superintendent Kelly McGuire and Sunny. I just want to uplift the work that the DOE actually did with this working group. I was very much aware of the previous task force that took this on in the previous administration, and Chancellor Banks actually made it happen again within the 9 months that he did. And he invited all of us. I just want to let the community know and make everyone aware in the public of our district that we were all invited. You guys included. These sessions were posted publicly, and we as CEC members were directly invited to participate in a lot of these forum and feedbacks. I'm very happy with the 2 additional weights, and they were weights that were very much needed as far as our students in temporary housing. They never had that additional weights, and I think we knew before, but know more now that these supports will greatly be appreciated by all of our schools in our district. So I don't think there shouldn't be any dispute in that. I also want to uplift the fact that the schools that are getting the base increase was one of the recommendations that many District 2 schools see, the smaller community schools, and we are embracing and that wraparound service of community. But the funding for our students with special supports in special education, as well as students in temporary housing and our multi-language learners, were not always fully supported. And I'm hoping that these changes will definitely help all of our schools. I want to point out, in regard to answer Councilmember Robin Kelleher's question, the specialized high school still has additional weights, so that kind of feeds into what she was asking. and that was not removed because that was considered, that was one of the recommendations that the group considered. And it looks like that's not going to be recommended for the panel for education policy to actually approve. So thank you, good work. I just wanted to uplift and let everyone know that there was engagement, there was opportunities for everyone to be involved and participate and provide their feedback. And thank you.
Okay, any other council members this time? Yeah. Okay, thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Lower your hand there. Councilmember Das, you were not doing repeat follow-up questions, just doing 2 minutes each. Okay. Superintendent McGuire, we had I just have just some quick questions myself. We had a resolution 202A where we had discussed not just the fair student funding, but also federal funding in that resolution, CRRSA and ARPA. We've done some research on that for the council, and we're going to lose some of that over the next few years. Is there luckily the working group's fair student funding plan wasn't taken in full, otherwise we could have potentially lost millions more on top of the federal funding. Do you plan to have some kind of like budget presentation on terms of like what the impact is on the district in the coming years, not just with the fair student funding amount, but also with the federal funding amount, because we need to then come up with a plan if we're going to, be millions in the hole for that, and that's going to impact our schools.
I think that, well, I don't think what we have heard as a part of our preparation for these presentations is that following the PEP vote, we will be able to come back to the councils across the city and share a little bit more about the impact directly to our schools and what it is that we will see in individual schools. Because as Denise pointed out, the funding really depends, varies so much depending on which school you're in. And these new funding weights will have a significant impact on different schools. So yeah, there are a bunch of different things that are coming down the way over the next year, few months to a year to a few years in terms of how schools are funded and how what the city education budget looks like. And we will certainly keep the council and the district families engaged and aware about what's going on here.
My next question is regarding migrant students, because that really makes figuring out the funding more difficult, because you have a migrant student who may be in for a few weeks, few months, and then they move out, and we've been seeing a lot of that. Do they have to be here on October 31st in order to get the fair student funding for us when we submit the enrollment numbers to the state, or how does that work? Because are we getting, our district's being is getting more of the migrant students than other districts, and if we're not getting proper funding for that, that's also going to impact our schools. So how does that work?
So the snapshot is taken on October 31st, and so it would account for all of the students who are on the school register or at that time. I have advocated directly with the central budgeting office to raise some issues, just the ones that you're referring to, because some of the numbers are uncertain and families have been moving, and that shouldn't impact schools negatively. In fact, it's my feeling that schools should have more flexibility with their funding and be able to do whatever they need to do in order to really serve all of their students well. And the budgeting office agrees with that, and it helps to be able to provide real examples of what's happening in our schools. So I know that some of our principals have spoken with the budgeting office, have spoken with the chancellor, and we're trying to get ahead of this so that schools really are positioned well financially to be able to serve all the kids that finish the school year out, that start the school year in September, and that are there after October 31st, so that it's not, people aren't waiting for the money they need to serve their students well.
It seems to me we need a model that shows what the true funding needs are with the amount of students that we have, and not just what happens on October 31st. So we need some kind of comparison in order to advocate properly for that. I don't, just as a side comment, I also think that that there should be something in the model for rewarding outcomes for successful schools. But I think we can. Oh, I have Leonard Silverman, and then I have no more questions. Thank you, Councilmember Silverman, our parliamentarian.
Sure. I was wondering, Kelly, could you just explain how the small class size bill or what's been passed is going to affect the fair student funding model?
I am certainly no expert on that right now. I do know that that's not, if it were implemented tomorrow with the current funding formula that is in place, we would have fewer students in classrooms, but you wouldn't see necessarily a direct impact to the FSF formula. But this obviously is not legislation that is implemented right now. So I can't say for sure. I do know that it's something that is being discussed at the central office, but I have not yet been a part of any discussions around that impact or how schools are going to need to respond to it. That's not something that I am familiar with, but I know it's definitely been discussed, that's for sure.
Yeah, I have one additional, I think we're allowed 2 questions, right? I don't know, is that Ben?
You have 2 minutes, so go ahead.
2 minutes. Okay. Yeah, I have another question. Like, has anyone done any projections for District 2? I mean, I understand the presentation, I get it, but has anyone actually projected out, based on the current numbers and the number of students that we're losing in District 2, and to look ahead and where we're going to be, like, in a year, 2 years, 3 years from now, in this situation under this formula? I mean, does anyone, have you done any analysis in terms of, if the current trends continue, what that means for our district, but, projecting out further ahead? I mean, anything like that? I'm just curious.
And just to clarify, are you asking about the class size reduction bill and whether, if that is implemented, what that actually means for our schools?
No, I'm just talking about just in general. I mean, we know we've lost students. I mean, just in general for our district, if the current trends, and not only current trends with regard to losing students, but the current trends with regards to immigrant students, everything. If you could just extrapolate the current trends on all these different issues, what does the future of District 2 look like if you were thinking, a year, 2, 3 years from now?
Yeah, I mean, we've certainly had a couple of events here that has made the prediction a little bit trickier. Both the pandemic, the increased loss of students in the city, and then the arrival of many students whose families are seeking asylum. The projections that I would point to are just those that are in the Office of District Planning does put together a plan for the next few years out. That helps us to think about how many seats we might need in the district. That projection does still predict that we are going to need additional seats moving forward in District 2. We have one school that was slated to come online in 2025, an elementary school that has been pushed back by a year when all of the different projects that the School Construction Authority were working on were on pause. And so that's a project that right now that's at the, it's another project in which it's a shared space in Hudson Square, where there is a high-rise residential building on the top and an elementary school on the bottom. But the School Construction Authority does feel as though we need to continue to move forward to provide those additional seats in our district, as based on whatever projections it is that they're currently working with. And maybe that has those predictions were made prior to the influx of students from families seeking asylum. Maybe that will change. But to date, that is still, those are still the numbers that we're working with.
All right, thank you, Len. I think we got to everybody. If you have questions, please submit it to Sunny and to Denise as well. Thank you very much, Superintendent McGuire. I just want to make one comment too, that I was in a meeting with Superintendent McGuire and First Deputy Chancellor Weisberg when we were talking about small school size, class sizes a few months back, and used some colorful language. It's going to be, we're going to be in a big financial cliff with that. So, and that's a big concern. And Len, thank you for bringing that up. And he, even today, the mayor was citing class sizes as a reason why the state should be funding the MTA and not the city, as one of the two big funding needs, and migrant financial issues as well. So it's a problem. Yeah. Thank you very much, though, Superintendent McGuire and Sunny and Denise. Thank you. And now we have our second presentation for this evening, and it's from FACE. Chanel, who?
Cecilia Benosta.
Good evening, everyone. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you so much for having me. Hi, Leonard. It's nice to see you.
Hi, Cecilia. I miss you.
I know. I miss you too. Leonard and I used to see each other in CPAC. So it's nice to see you again. I am a parent from District 26, which I think we have a lot in common. That's why we found a lot of commonalities when we were representing each other, like our respective districts. So it's nice to be here. Let me turn something off. Like, I'm so sorry. Yeah, apologies. So I am here tonight I'm with a different hat. I'm not as a parent tonight, but I am trying to encourage parents to run for CEC seats. I know many of you are very familiar with how it looks like, and everyone who's here who's not, I'm glad that you are here to see a CEC in action. And I can see that you have a very effective one. So it is a pleasure. The goal of this is to offer anyone who doesn't have it all the information that you need to run for a seat, and as well as to vote. So if you don't know what education councils have to do with you, well, education councils help improve schools. They strengthen school communities and promote student achievement to make our schools the best that they can be, as they can see that you're all doing. If you want to be a candidate or vote for the best candidate, the best way is to attend a CEC meeting, which you're doing right now. Good job. Last year, parents, CC members successfully lobbied for a change to the state law to make community education councils more inclusive. Now, District 75 parents will get to elect a representative to the council where their student program is located. So there is one more seat in each council for the 75 parent. As well as they will also get to elect the citywide council of District 75. This slide shows you all the councils that we have in the city. We have 32 councils for one for each district, and 4 citywide education councils, 1 for high schools, 1 for English language learners, 1 for special education students, and 1 for District 75. This slide shows you how they are composed, how many elected members are, or how many appointees. It is useful for anyone who's not familiar with it. Community education councils now have 12 members instead of 11. 10 are elected and 2 are appointed by the borough president. And like if you, sorry, I lost. All seats are up for election. So if you are a member, you do have to run again, as well as like new members. You can be voted in again as well. And citywide councils are slightly different. They have 12 members, most of them, except for the citywide council on high schools. These are some of the examples, and I don't want to bore you. I think you all know what councils do. This is some of the examples, and I will put include the website on CEC elections on the chat at the end of the presentation, so you can go and see if you want to read on your time. I know it's late and everyone had a long day, but you are seeing in real time what CEC does. So if, again, like I think I already mentioned this, that it's very important to attend a CEC meeting. Many of them are virtual. Usually the superintendent does a report and the chair of the council does theirs. And at the end, there's an opportunity for questions from the public. We're making this doing this presentation every day. 2 of them. One is a general presentation and one is for parents of District 75, so they can learn about this new seat and about the new opportunity that they have to participate as a CEC member. So who elects the members? You do. In 2019, the law around education councils was changed, so that voting is open to all parents of New York City public schools. It used to be just 3 members of the PTA, president, treasurer, and secretary, but now every single parent can vote, which is great. The DOE is using the NYC schools account, a website that allows parents to view important information about their students in one place. And you may have heard of it as NICSA. If you are interested in running, it is important to know that being a council member is a commitment. It's time outside of these 2 meetings that are mandatory. Council members are expected to visit schools and be the liaison for the schools. They participate in committees as well as taking part in working groups and advisory panels with the Department of Education. And all work is voluntary. It's not paid, unfortunately. It's a lot of work. I know, I can see it tonight. Council members are able to attend, on the positive side, you are able to attend professional development, and you can use the skills that you develop there for this job and other jobs as well. It is rewarding. I'm sure you have accomplished a lot, not only for your children, but for many students. So that is also positive. To apply and vote, again, the DOE is using the NICSA account, the schools account. You can see all the information about your child there. Each parent has their own NICSA account. So make sure that if you are applying, not to apply with your spouse's account. There have been like many mix-ups with that. You don't want to have your spouse apply on your behalf, so don't do that. And if you don't have your NICSA account activated, you may not be able to apply for a seat and or to vote. So make sure you have that. If you have, sorry. So if you don't have your NICSA activated, make sure that you ask your parent coordinator. You will need your OSIS number that you can find in the report cards, and also a creation code. And the person that can give you that creation code is your parent coordinator. In your NICSA account, you'll be able to see grades, report cards, attendance, test scores, transportation, and if your child has an IEP, you can also see it there. This is a very short video that shows you, and I won't play the whole video because it's a little slow, but basically it does take no more than 10 minutes to apply. We are trying to encourage everyone to apply because you do learn a lot in the process. You can always regret halfway, but if you have that impulse of having a voice heard, go and apply. You go into your NICSA account, one of those tiles that you just saw says apply for CEC. You click there, you'll have to confirm identity, that it's you. It will show you all your children. Make sure that all your kids are added. And then NICSA will tell you which conflict you're eligible to apply for. You can apply for more than one, and then you'll be able to rank them to say which one you would prefer to have a seat on. You can run for more than one, but you cannot sit in more than one council. So that's why it is important that you rank them. You'll be asked questions about your employment, your investments, just to make sure that there are no conflict of interest. One possible conflict of interest, not in every case, but in some cases, if you are a DOE employee, you can't sit in a council. And then you'll just submit your application. This slide shows you how eligibility works. So eligibility is based on the student or where the student is, like not where you live. And you may live in the same district as where your child goes to school, but it is based on where the student goes to school. It is possible to be eligible for more than one council. The family on the left, this mom has a child who is in a D75 program, so she is eligible for this new seat in her own district, in District 24. And she's also eligible for the citywide council of District 75 and the citywide council of special education through her daughter. Her son is in high school, so she's also eligible for the citywide council of high schools. On the right, you see an example of a parent that has a student in middle school, and he is an English language learner. So he is eligible for that council, the citywide council of English language learners, as well as a seat in District 14. If you have applied and you're wondering what happens next, we will send you a confirmation email. And as soon as you get that confirmation email that we've received your application, you can start your campaign. And there are very clear guidelines in the DOE website of what you can and what you cannot do during your campaign. Sorry. So how do parents vote? Parents vote through NICSA as well. Parents have a very powerful voice in shaping the policies and priorities of New York City schools. Sorry. Yes. Your participation in these elections is a way to ensure that the strongest parents are elected to represent you and your students. So make sure that you and all your fellow parents are signed up for NICSA again. That's, I can't emphasize it enough. And I think I have the wrong order here. So candidate forums, each council will have a candidate forum. And this is the best opportunity you have to meet the voters and the voters to meet the candidates. The campaign will also offer information sessions about the forums for candidates who would like more guidance, who would like some preparation. You'll be expected to make a statement of no longer than 2 minutes, and then you'll be asked a couple of questions by the moderator. This is our timeline. So the application period started on January 9th. And it ends on February 13th, so it's coming up. Don't wait until the last day to apply. There may be an extension, but it's not confirmed yet, so make sure you do apply if you're interested. From the end of February through April 20th, we're holding candidate forums for every council, as I mentioned. Forums will be online and they will be recorded. So voters that didn't have a chance to attend or want to review it again, will have the opportunity to, to watch it. From April 21st to May 9th will be the voting period, and new members will be sworn in on June 24th and begin their 2-year term on July 1st. So this brings me to the end of the presentation. This is our email address. And I can put my own email address in the chat. You can contact us anytime. You'll see this campaign, or you may have seen it already because we're at the end of it, and bus shelters, kiosks, and listen to it in the radio, social media. We're trying to get as many parents as we can to consider running. We want these councils to be diverse. We want many voices to be represented in the councils. So make sure that you also encourage your friends, your parents that you know, to consider it and to vote as well. So everyone can do their part. Thank you so much for the time. You know, it's a long night. So sharing.
Thank you, Cecilia. Can you share with us your presentation so we can provide it on our website?
Absolutely, yes. I can send you. I'll send the contact for the meeting. The presentation, is that good?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, and this presentation is also recorded in English and in many other languages. So I will include the videos as well.
Perfect.
Of the other languages.
Okay. And I think some council members had there's some questions. Just 1 second here. Okay, Councilmember Das, Vice President.
Hi. First of all, thank you for that. I was going to ask you actually about the extension because we had heard there were extended possibilities of that, but you said that's not confirmed yet, correct? You already answered that.
Unfortunately, yes, and it's hard for us like that to be able to say it will be extended or it won't. But it is not confirmed. Yeah.
Okay. I did have some parents ask about that. Okay.
There is a very low activity, like in not in your district, but many other districts don't have many parents. So I hope that there's an exception. That's my.
Okay. That's good. That's some good color. Thank you. But my other question is, you mentioned some things about conflicts of interest and things you can't do and can't do. I ask for one thing because it's come up, and our council, even some of our council officers sent a letter in this regard as well. One of the things that people can and can't do is DOE employees cannot advocate for any CC president running, correct? Or influence the election in any way.
Mm-hmm.
Is the DOE actually partnering with the UFT for some of these information sessions? Because the UFT sessions haven't always been very neutral, and UFT comprises a large number of DOE employees, as I would imagine. And last year they even specifically endorsed certain candidates. Is that something the DOE is tackling? Because
I can tell you what I am. So I am assigned to Queens. I came and covered someone else for to like this district, to District 2. I saw that there was a UFT event on Saturday, last Saturday in Queens. So I asked to be invited, or I invited myself. So when I presented, I think the best is that this team that we're hoping to be neutral and give the same information in every meeting and every, like, we're also asking PTAs, like, if they want to us to come, if they have the interest. So we have been doing a lot of that, and it is the same presentation. I can't speak for what happens in EFT, but the website is very clear guidelines, and yes, you cannot promote as an employer of the DOE particular candidates.
Right, but part of the history of the extended history of parent school boards in general is for parents to have a voice outside of the powerful UFT, and so several parents and council members have taken concern that perhaps the UFT should not be so involved in doing this, and perhaps the DOE certainly shouldn't be providing school space to allow the UFT to do this.
Yeah, so this is the other way around, right? Like, I go to a UFT event, but yes, you're right.
That almost seems like the DOE is endorsing that.
So it was the UFT event had many parent workshops, and there were the presentation was about like how you can get involved, but it was, like, you can participate in SLT, and this is where SLT, like, has a voice when it comes to school budget, and I thought it was important for you to come and present to parents. Came in, presented to parents, and left, and there was no conversation between UFT and our team. That's as much as I have access to, I guess. But I will take this to our team, and I think it is a very good point. I think it should be separate.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Doss. I guess we have two more council members with questions. Councilmember Kwok, our treasurer. Thank you.
Yes. Three different places. Sorry. So really quickly, my concern, thank you, Cecilia, for that presentation. Really appreciate it. My comments are really not towards you. I think you'll take that on, but I must ask Superintendent McGuire, as a superintendent, that I hope you see the conflicts of interest inherent in UFT sponsored events for parent elections that are meant for parents only and not by employees or even of DOE and more so the teacher union, which is very, very powerful politically already. Parents don't have a union and students don't have a union. I must insist that you do not let UFT hold these sessions on school grounds. This will be politicking, this will be campaigning by sponsorship. We know how cynical things get in politics. And I must ask that you commit that you don't let any UFT sessions be held regarding CCCs, PTAs, anything that's purely parents. Thank you.
Okay, a recording secretary, Councilmember Kelleher.
Yep. Thank you so much. I'll be very quick. Cecilia, thank you so much for your presentation. This is similar to what Chen just brought up. You mentioned that the UFT members did leave the room when it was once they'd given their presentation.
I was on, like, it was virtual. I came in and they brought me in a Zoom account. Like, I could see parents. I don't know if, like, any parent brought me in.
Okay.
So I'm not sure they left the room, but I presented to parents.
Okay. I think that, so presuming they left the room, like, as I would hope they would, I still think the fact that there are flyers and emails going around seems like the damage is done, because there's their name it was right there in big letters. That's campaigning. I mean, it's them giving the information session, they give their points and then they leave their room. So it's about the image. It's about what, just please pass this along. And also Kelly McGuire, since it's District 2, this falls on you as well. I feel like this should be under your responsibilities to make sure that rules are followed and that we have fair elections that aren't biased by any particular parties with lots of influence. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Hernandez.
Hi, good evening, Cecilia. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'd spoken it to Juliana and a lot of you at FACE early on when it came to CEC elections and how we would really get the information sessions out. And I think you guys really listened. So I appreciate that. We also reached out as parent organizers to our teachers as far as SLTs and PTAs and UFT. And I was at the UFT in District 2 sponsored CEC workshop. It was a boot camp and it was not led by the UFT. And I can assure you it was almost verbatim without some of the new updates regarding two parents being able to vote. Verbatim to what you showed us this evening, slides included. So I don't think it's fair that some council members are raising concerns that are not there as far as bias is concerned, because all that was done was information being disseminated the very same way that you did this evening. So I appreciate that. It was the exact same information. When we talk about, or at least what I've heard this evening is concerns of do's and don'ts being broken. I think this council are here because they ran on a slate and that was not allowed in the previous election. And they have political, financial, heavy arms behind them. So they should be the last one throwing daggers, especially when there is nothing to be said or found. And it's outright ridiculous that you attack our teachers. We should be working together. We're here as a council to collaborate with our superintendent and to work with the DOE to better our students and district's education for all. So thank you for what you shared, but I wanted to make sure that you were aware of somebody that was actually there and experienced. It is not at all what was described here this evening.
I appreciate that. Thank you for that information. And I'm glad that it was parents presenting to parents. But I'll bring up all points of view to my team. Thank you. Thank you both.
I think that's all the council members there. Thank you, Cecilia. I did just want to point out that our councils in general, all councils are tasked with oversight. So it is fair to bring up issues that deal with oversight. And I thank you for looking to discuss this issue with your team and to see how we can make it fairer, I guess. But I'm not familiar with what transpired there. I know there was some information in the news, but about that. But with regards to our council itself, I think it's appropriate to say that, and according to the election guidelines, there's no campaigning during our council meetings. And you shared with us that there'll be forums starting at the end of February through April, I believe, April 7th.
Yes, April. I think it's mid-April. I'll make sure, but yes, they do start as soon as we come back from the break. So
I know FACE has been doing an incredible job getting the word out. I've been getting a lot of texts voicemails and emails. But if you have emails going forward that you want us to share with the district, we'd love to help that out as well.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I know this year it was very short. Usually this campaign to get parents, get information to parents starts a lot earlier. So we appreciate any spreading the word by any parent leaders and parent coordinators as well.
Well, thank you for joining.
It is until forums are until April 20th.
April 20th. Okay. And if you have any information that you want us to share, please send it to our council, and we'll do that too.
I'll definitely send the PowerPoint information, flyer, and as well as the videos in all languages. Thank you so much for having me tonight.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you. And Councilmember, Superintendent McGuire, if you have your presentation that we can put up on the on our website as well, that would be helpful. The Fair Student Funding.
I just emailed it to Chanel. So
perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I believe the next item up on our agenda is the public speaking session.
Yes. Chanel, I believe you're using your phone as a timer.
Yep.
Okay, great. So you're ready to start?
Yep.
Okay, so we will be doing 2-minute sessions. And the first person, please, again, council members, help me find whomever. We have a shorter list tonight and fewer participants, but please help me find anyone who we don't see right away. So Althea Aaron, can you please unmute yourself?
Okay, hello, good evening. Yes, I am unmuted at this time. Good evening, everyone, and thank you. I am very happy to have this opportunity to speak before you. Very different topic. I am a member of the community, former educator, a long career, and retired after 33 years. And so I took an opportunity to visit the school that I started my career at in 1979. And it was actually on October the 12th. It happened that I was leaving jury duty and I was able to participate in just a little stroll through the community to visit my old school. And I wanted to speak with you about something that happened that has baffled me, quite frankly. And even after the baffling incident, I sought to correspond with the principal to find out what in fact happened. And I never received a response. And so I'm here this evening to just share very, very briefly what happened and ask my question. Okay, on October 12th, during the latter afternoon, I took the opportunity to visit the Jacob Reese School, 80 Catherine Street, which was my first school in public education. The visit was unannounced and without an appointment. However, it was a visit from a member of the community. And in a nutshell, this is what occurred. Walked in, followed the direction of the school safety agents with identification and verification of my vaccination documentation. And I requested to see the principal. I was directed to the main office and I asked the secretary, I believe her name was Miss Erica, to see Principal Romero. I gave her my name and the purpose of my visit. And she came back and said that the principal was unavailable. Well, that's understandable. I had been a high school principal in my tenure in education, so I understood the busyness of principals. I commenced to write him a note. As I was writing the note, another SSA approached me announcing that there was a meeting in the office and that I had to leave. I said, sure, no problem. May I finish my note? She abruptly said, no. The SSA appeared anxious and defensive in her mannerisms, her demeanor and body language. She stood over me and held hands in sort of in kimbo, and it was a little frightening. And so I was just very taken aback by that. And shortly thereafter, I was hastily escorted to the door and out onto the street. I, as a community member, was not welcomed, but instead treated not unlike a terrorist. I wrote a follow-up letter to Principal Romero describing what had occurred. And in the letter, I detailed the purpose of my visit and what had occurred. I absolutely expressed my confusion and disappointment and asked for a returned correspondence. To date, I've not received the courtesy of a response. And I would very much like to know what happened, why I was treated as I was, and is this the manner in which visitors to the school are unwelcomed? And I think that was kind of like the title of what I wrote to the principal. So that's it in a nutshell. And again, I brought it to this forum because it has truly been baffling to me. And as a person who loved and had a passion for education and for all of the years that I served, I can't think of a reason why a member of the community would be unceremoniously escorted to the door. I wondered if perhaps I appeared to be somebody that had created a problem in the school or whatever, but I never got a response back from the principal. And so even to this day, I really do wish to understand a little bit more about what occurred that day. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry, Althea, that this happened. We're going to move on to the next person, I think, because we have a timer. But I just want to let you know that I am the liaison to the school, and I'd love to speak with you outside of this. But I've had similar situation happen with the principal. At one point, before it was announced that the Gifted and Talented program would be going to that school, I think the superintendent, Kelly McGuire, directed the principal not to speak with me. And since that time, I actually haven't heard from that principal. So I've had no luck corresponding with the principal myself, and I find it very disturbing that you, as a former educator at that school, have had the same situation. So I implore Kelly McGuire to do something about that, because I can think of no other reason other than principals being scared off by outsiders and saying the wrong thing that something like this would happen.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Please reach out to me. I'll put my email address in the chat.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think next up we have Tam. Tam, you're signed up twice.
Yep, she was for the second session, I
Okay.
think, yeah.
Okay, so let me scroll back up. Chanel, do you see who's next on this list before I scroll up? Okay, I'm sorry, we're here. Tom Rockledge. Are you?
Isn't Tam next? I just
said
asked
that,
Tam
and
to
Chanel
unmute.
just said she was for the other session, so you'll have to ask Chanel.
No, you asked if she was signed up twice, and she meant she signed up for both sessions.
No, I said Tam. I think you're signed up for 2 sessions, and Chanel.
Tamura and Tam the same person?
Yes.
Okay, so they just sent me a message saying they only wanted to do the second session, not the first.
Thank you, Chanel. Got this, Lupe. Let me finish as a secretary. Tom Rockledge, can you please unmute yourself?
Yeah, actually, Javier Torres is speaking. He was on the list in Friends. He's the person that was refused to play his video in November, but go ahead, Javier.
Hola, mi nombre es Javier Torres. Tengo 29 años de edad. Cuando Tom estuvo en Colombia con mi familia en noviembre, yo estaba en
When Tom was with my family in Colombia in November,
Yo estaba en Matamoros, Tamaulipas, México, en la
I was in Matamoros, Tamaulipas in Mexico,
en un campo de refugiados, durmiendo en el suelo.
in a refuge camp living on the floor.
En esta reunión en noviembre, mi sobrino Draker fue malinterpretado.
In this reunion, my nephew was misinterpreted
Por una mujer en este consejo que dice ser venezolana.
By a woman who said she was Venezuelan.
Mi familia habló a favor de mejorar la educación de todos los niños.
And my family spoke on how we can better all the education of all the children.
A brindarles oportunidades, tu consejo dijo que mi familia decía lo contrario.
I'm sorry, I need to ask him to repeat that. ¿Se puede repetir, por favor?
Mi familia habló a favor de mejorar la educación de todos los niños.
My family spoke about improving the education of all the children.
Tu consejo dijo que mi familia decía lo contrario.
And our advisor said the reverse.
La reunión siguiente habló más de mi familia y sus traductores.
And the next session, they spoke about my family and the the translators or interpreters.
Y sus traductores profesionales no tradujeron lo que dijeron. Traté de enviar un video.
And the interpreters did not interpret what was said correctly.
Traté de enviar un video explicando mi situación.
I tried to send a video explaining my situation.
Porque ustedes fingen que les importa, pero se negaron a reproducirlo.
Because you produced and you didn't want to present it.
Pero 5 meses en ese piso, constantemente en peligro.
So you're
La
putting,
violencia del cartel.
so you're putting in danger. And I'm sorry, once again, I'm going to ask him to repeat. ¿Se puede repetir?
Duré 5 peligros durmiendo en el piso.
I was 5 months sleeping on the floor in constant danger.
Por la violencia del cartel, que como ustedes pueden saber, en México hay muchos carteles.
Because of the violence of the cartel, you should all be aware of that situation.
Pero con la ayuda de Tom, llegué aquí a la ciudad de Nueva York, donde me alojó en su apartamento.
With Tom's help, I found my way to New York into his apartment.
Vine aquí para dar dinero para que mi hija, que mi esposa tiene 8 meses de embarazo.
And I came here to earn money for my daughter who's 8 months old.
A mi hija pueda tener una buena educación.
So my daughter could have a good education.
Tuve que irme de Venezuela porque allí no tenía oportunidades.
I had to leave Venezuela because I didn't have any opportunities there.
No tenemos oportunidades.
We don't have any opportunities there.
Por una economía destruida, como ustedes saben, por el socialismo.
Because of a socialist government.
Que algunos de sus miembros parecen educar.
¿Otra vez?
Me vine para acá porque la economía está destruida.
Okay, I came here because the economy is destroyed.
Por el socialismo.
Because of the socialism.
Que algunos de sus miembros parecen educar.
So some of your members can get educated on that.
Destruir oportunidades para programas para dotados y talentosos.
Programs were destroyed for talented people.
No crea oportunidades para personas como mi familia.
You're not creating opportunities for people like my family.
Es muy condescendiente.
It's very condescending.
De su parte.
Of your part or on your behalf.
Decirle a personas que se parecen a mí y a mi familia.
That people that look like me and my family.
Que nuestros hijos no podrán tener éxito en los programas.
That our children can't be successful in the programs.
Para estudiantes dotados y talentosos.
For talented students.
De su sistema escolar.
For in your school system.
Si nuestros hijos asistieran a estas escuelas, estudiarían mucho.
If our children can study in your schools, they would participate, they would study a lot.
Y estarían mucho.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have to, if you could just have your closing.
We have yes, 2 more minutes. You could use my time, Ben, because we have a translator, and in the past
I know. We're giving time to speak.
It was over 5 minutes already, Tom.
Yeah,
I understand that, but it's not one-to-one when you have a translator.
I know. All right. So, but if we can come to a conclusion, I don't like interrupting, but okay. Thank you.
Sí. Lupe Hernández.
Lupe Hernández.
No hablas por mí, no hablas por los venezolanos durante su reunión.
Doesn't speak for me and during the meetings.
Dijo que Tom no debe ser un modelo para ayudar a los venezolanos.
She said that it was going to be a model for all of the Venezuelans.
Te pregunto, ¿por qué estoy durmiendo en su casa y él está ayudando a mi familia?
And I'm asking, why am I sleeping in his house? And what about my family?
En lugar de celebrarse a sí mismo, ayuda a brindar oportunidades.
Instead of celebrating yourself, why don't you give us opportunities?
La gente de su junta lo ha acusado de racista por tener amigos negros.
The people of your committees are I'm sorry, I'm going to ask him to repeat that again. ¿Se puede repetir?
No.
¿Se puede repetir, por favor?
Su junta lo ha tratado de racista por ayudar a personas negras.
Your committees are racist by not helping Black people.
Y ayudar a los negros.
And you need to help the Black people.
Todos ustedes, antirracistas, no hacen nada más que hablar y de decirle a la gente que lea sus libros.
All of your people are racist and you're not helping the people.
La realidad es que ustedes son los racistas.
The reality is that all of you are racists.
Es fácil tratar a otra persona como otra persona sin leer un libro. Sin leer un libro.
Thank you.
We have one sentence left. This is going, I mean.
All right, last sentence, but please.
Okay.
Otra vez.
Been mistranslated again.
Otra vez. La realidad es que ustedes son los racistas.
The reality is you are racist.
Es fácil tratar a otra persona como otra persona sin leer un libro.
It's easy to deal with people if you haven't read books.
Para personas como mi familia, incluido Tom, es algo natural.
So for my family and for families like Tom, it's something natural.
Gracias. Yes. Muchas gracias por escucharme.
Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, thank you for that. Next up, we have Craig Slutskin. Craig, can you unmute yourself, please?
Craig, can you?
We can't hear you, Craig.
You still can't hear me?
No, we can hear you now.
You can hear me now? Okay. Sorry, I'm on an older computer. So first, I'm in favor of both of the resolutions on the table. It's February, there needs to be clarity on G&T, and we need a universal assessment. There are some teachers who are fundamentally against G&T, and while that's their right, if I had a preschooler, which I don't, I'd be uncomfortable with that person having so much discretion. If we expand, then we get away from that scarcity model that people have such issues with, understandably. If someone needs that acceleration, they should get it, and they shouldn't have to travel an hour to get it. On the other reso, the election of parent reps to the CEC is completely backwards and not representative, and the fact that CCHS is not represented is an abomination. But I want to pivot a little bit and want to talk about something else that's very, very near and dear to my school's heart, which is school safety. As someone who was in a lockdown sitting on the library floor with other parents for an hour, I take that very seriously. The CEC passed 2 resolutions this term about school safety with a lot of common sense recommendations to make our schools more secure. And I was thrilled to see that the mayor proposed $48 million in his preliminary budget to equip all schools with locking doors and cameras to allow safety agents to monitor who they're letting in the front door. When my principal reported on this at our PTA meeting, parents literally got up and applauded. Obviously, this needs to be passed, and I urge everyone to contact their council person to support this, but it's a great step. I would love it if Superintendent McGuire can try to find out more information about how this would be implemented. And I do realize this is early, but more information as he gets it would be appreciated. I do want to take this opportunity to thank the 8 CEC members that supported this resolution and took the issue of safety and security of our kids seriously. To the 8 of you, thank you very much. There's more work to do on a number of these on these issues, including more safety agents, installing tracking on our school buses, and much more, but it's at least one step. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Looks like the last speaker is Motoko. Motoko, are you able to unmute yourself? Wait, I'm not
Can you hear
seeing.
me?
Yes, okay, there you are. Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm really not prepared today to speak, but I just came here to speak in support of Resolution 221, GNT admissions, how to admit GNT. I think it's really, really important. And I support that resolution. And I really want to say thank you to the council members who have been working hard to bring back some of the merits to public school. Thank you.
Thank you, Motoko.
That's
Tom,
all.
Tom is also.
He yielded his time.
He uses time.
Yeah.
To Javier.
Since
he can speak in the second speaking session, but he yielded his first speaking session time to
Okay.
Javier. Okay. I guess that's the end of the speaking session. Thank you, Recording Secretary Kelleher. Appreciate it. And I guess the next is now the president's report. Just 1 second, I have to share my, it's just one slide. I hope I don't lose the screen when I, okay. All right, I'm gonna, since we're going a little bit long and I was hoping to end a little early so we can watch a little bit of the presidential State of the Union address, but I do want to speak to the results. It's not a discussion about SHSATs or state tests or standardized tests. This has to do with a discussion regards to high school admissions. There was a parent, or I think it was a number of parents, that foiled the results of the SHSAT recently, and the 8th grade exam for specialized high schools, and the DOE made it public, so it's available on the DOE website. But I have here on the table that I'm sharing the screen, the results of the specialized high school exam for our district, District 2. And what is noteworthy is that we had a drop in the well, from 2021 to 2022, we had a drop of about 70 students. Now, why is this important? This is what those 70 students who the amount of students, the number of students who did not, since we did not equal the previous years, and what had been the years in like 2017, 2018, 2019, what we saw as a result of that is now these students are back in the admissions pool, if you want to look at it that way, or cohort that now is applying to all the admissions for with 8th graders to high school 2 or Manhattan or throughout the city, whether it's to screen high schools or to general education high schools or other programs, addition programs. So they're now back in that pool. And as a consequence, what we saw for 2 years in a row is that approximately 50% of students in our district did not get, for both 2021 and 2022 results, did not get any of their first 3 choices. But if you look at all 12 choices, we had 18% did not get, for both 2021 and 2022, did not get any of their 12 choices. And now it's kind of strange, because if you look at the numbers, you could see that the amount of students that were applying to high schools from 8th grade. Now, why this is timely is because next month, beginning early next month to middle of next month, so the DOE is expecting to announce, or has stated that they're planning to announce the results, the high school admissions results by then. And if you see in 2021 to 2022, the number of students applying from 8th grade to high schools in our district dropped by 126 kids or so, students, I should say. But even though there was that enrollment decline, we had, but at the same time, the number of students who were getting accepted to specialized high schools increased by 70 students. So it didn't change really the percentages who were getting into the schools of their choices. So now this created a problem. For 2 years in a row, I've had to, and other council members, and I've had to deal with parents who are upset that their students were not getting into their any of their 12 choices. And and there are other reasons. Also, that number, I should state that if you take away if you add the students who got into specialized high schools, that number of 18% then drops to 14% in 2021 total students who did not get any their 12 choices, and then and last year was 11% who did not get any of their choices. These numbers are the worst in the city. I think they're the 18% number we equaled another district or two, but basically District 2 is in terms of getting choices of that students want for high schools, we're doing pretty poorly versus other districts. And part of the problem is a lot of our schools are high in demand schools, and part of it is parents want those high in demand schools because they are local. And in the past years that we were able to fill up those seats while still putting about 500 students on average to specialized high schools by having a district priority. And as of 2 years ago, we no longer have that district priority, and that's created a lot of frustration for parents, for students who research 12 schools to apply to, put that in their applications. They submit them in December, and come this year, it's going to be early March, hopefully, early to mid-March. But last year, or the previous years, it's been in June or a little bit earlier than that. But there were parents were upset because the 18% number is actually the more important number, because not every, even though some of these students were getting into specialized high schools, that might not be their preference. There could be a specialized high school in Brooklyn or in the Bronx or in Queens where they instead prefer to be more local. They're probably hoping for some of the academic screens or auditions in local. So that's the number in my opinion, we should be looking at. Regardless, it's as a number of, we've had a number of resolutions, resolution 190, resolution 210, alluded to in 202A and 204 and 142. In all of these resolutions, we've asked for priorities be given back to the district, or at the very least to Manhattan Borough students, to be able to get some priority into Manhattan schools, because other boroughs have priorities for their students to go to a school in their borough, and some have priorities for their zone as well. There is no more district priority, and now there might, and one of the reasons why I put up the standardized test results was to see if that gave any explanatory reason why we might have seen that drop in specialized admissions for last year. Unfortunately, we don't have the 2020 results or the 2021 standardized test results. So we can't look at that same cohort that got into schools in 2022 for specialized high schools. So we don't know how they did on the standardized test. So and it's also, I should say, the tests have changed over the years, so it's not fair to compare them. But what's fair is to look at the trends. And one positive thing is in 2022, we did see a big jump in the ELA results, but at the same time, we saw a tremendous decline in math, and that might have been one of the reasons why we saw a decline in that learning loss. We might have seen that decline in the specialized high schools. It's hard to say that one point is not a trend, but a lot of results are going to be coming out in the next month or two. So we should be looking at to see, is learning loss a trend here? Is that impacting results for our specialized high schools? Is it the number of testers? So we have to look at a number of different factors, but and see also how well we're doing as a district for our students getting into the schools that they're in terms of where they're applying to, and how we can improve the system. Because if 18% continue to, if families continue that trend of not getting into schools, which has happened to 2 years in a row, and not getting any of their picks, and then the DOE assigns parents these schools, which often the case had not been a positive experience for families when they've been assigned schools, because people had expectations, and at the very least they had expectations for the top 5 choices. Not everyone researches all 12 choices, but even then they put it down. But and I know the DOE has made improvements in terms of information about schools, but still it's hard to research these schools. It's this like applying to colleges. And if they're not getting into any of their 12 choices, and if we discussed earlier, enrollment issues are declining, this is a factor that doesn't help. So we should all be aware of that. Especially if you have students in 5th, 6th, 7th grade. And I hope to be also discussing this issue. We have some meetings. I have a meeting to discuss this with our superintendent, and hopefully the high school superintendent as well, to see how we can improve the situation going forward. But that's my presence report, and all this information is publicly available, and it's also on our website too. All right, thank you very much, and let me unshare this, and now it's the superintendent's report.
Thanks so much, Ben. I'm gonna share a little presentation today. And just confirming that Deputy Superintendents Higgins and Shannon, that they're co-hosts, because they're sharing a portion of the report tonight as well.
Yeah, I made them co-hosts, but I'll check if they lost it. My apologies, but I'll put them.
Great.
Just 1 second. Yeah, Reggie Higgins is co-host. Yep.
Great. So
and Kelly Shannon is a co-host too.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ben. So we're just going to start with some celebrations. Both deputies Higgins and Shannon and I have been visiting a bunch of classrooms recently. We've been visiting some schools around the district, visiting our students who are seeking asylum, checking out the different after-school programs. These are students at 75 Morton participating in their after-school program. And then also we were at a recent launch of the AAPI Hidden Voices curriculum at PS 130. I believe Councilmember Das was there. It was a really lovely event and a great rollout of a curriculum that was a few years in the making, and really I think is going to result in some great learning opportunities and opportunities for kids to learn content that they hadn't previously learned. So the Hidden Voices curriculum is a really special thing coming forward. We had some presentations and speeches from different folks, as well as celebrations of student talent as a part of this AAPI curriculum rollout. Our district also is the host of the Manhattan Spelling Bee, and we are very happy to share that Vale from Wagner Middle School took first place in Manhattan, spelling this word Naumakia. And congratulations to him and all the other students who placed at the spelling bee. We also had a bunch of students who participated and presented at the New York City GSA Summit. This is a really special event celebrating our LGBTQIA student community, giving information for schools and GSAs, many of which many of our middle schools have GSAs, and so it was a great event for them to share. And then perhaps you saw just recently that PS 77, as a part of their Paying It Forward Inclusion and Fighting Prejudice units in their schools, gave away bears in partnership with an organization called Bear Givers. They gave away teddy bears to children from families seeking asylum to several of our schools on the west side. So that was a really special event. And if you want to see some really cute kids talking about the work that they did to in partnership with Bear Givers, check out New York one. And then finally, last Friday, we returned to PS 130 for their Lunar New Year celebration, which was really wonderful. Again, listening to kids celebrate music, poetry, storytelling, as well as observe and visit and see different celebrations and organizations from the community come out and share. And our assembly member, Grace Lee, was also in attendance. So that was a really special event as well. Lots going on in the district. In the past couple of weeks, our middle school leadership conference, which is made up of about 40 students from around the district, representatives from all of our different middle schools are coming together. Again, this is a workshop led by Principal David Getz and Principal Ben Jabal. Over the past couple of months, our students have been researching different topics, and they're starting to coalesce around topics that are really important to them. And those topics are climate and environmental awareness, school safety, school lunch, and mental health. As a part of the MSLC, they invite speakers in to speak with the kids, talk about legislation, talk about taking an idea and creating legislation out of it. There have been all of these different speakers who have come: NAMI, Council Members Botcher and Brewer. Assembly Member Seawright is coming to Wagner Middle School this Friday to speak with the council members, as well as Borough President Levine. School Food has come out, criminal justice professors, and 350.org. So lots of great events there as these kids are learning how to take an idea and a vision and put it into action. I turn it over to Deputy Superintendent Reggie Higgins.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, President Morton, for this opportunity to speak. Last month, I shared how, as a district, we plan to address one of the Chancellor's priorities, that all students are physically and emotionally safe. The resurgent COVID-19 pandemic, ongoing calls for racial justice due to events like the tragic killing of Tyree Nichols, an economy that has created difficulties for many and uncertainty for all, and a great political division makes this a challenging time. Educators are performing the most demanding work they have ever done. Our district is juggling the education of providing access for asylum-seeking students and continuing to address the learning loss from the COVID-19 pandemic. On top of the complexity of these educational programs, there continues to be disagreement across the country, state, and communities regarding how school districts should operate to maintain physical safety. Disputes about what the district should be doing are amplified by the fact that people's perspectives on physical safety varies greatly, and that they have a range of opinions regarding which physical safety threats concerns them the most. I am proud that our schools have adapted to the formidable challenges we have experienced. and continue to face. I am confident that our students will get the best of which our schools are capable. I ask everyone in the District 2 community for your continued support as we strive to meet our demands during this unprecedented time. School safety is a shared responsibility. Next slide, please. During any emergency, our first priority is the safety of our students and staff. All principals must go through emergency readiness training. This is done to ensure that all principals are trained to appropriately implement safety protocols and procedures and effectively respond to emergencies. The DOE provides mandatory training that is focused on emergency readiness. Next slide. There is a building response team that provides support and aid to the school at a time of an emergency. All staff is regularly trained on emergency protocols, evacuation drills, and lockdowns, and they are practiced at each school. Although standardized protocols and procedures provide the basis for our response, how we respond to an emergency is greatly influenced by the specifics of an incident. We recognize that preparedness efforts are the right thing to focus on with our schools, and that this should serve as a measure for strengthening school community trust and confidence in our school's leadership. As a district, we decided to train the emergency officers on the building response team who serve as a secondary backup to the building response team leader. This training covered the development of the building response team, the individual roles of each team member, reviewing the general response protocols, reviewing materials that are available to schools, and even when the GRP should be used. In addition to this training, we covered the establishment of a command post, visitor procedures, missing student protocols, threat response protocols, responding to door alarms, how to use two-way radios, and the drill requirements. To respond effectively to any school crisis, each school has developed a school safety plan. The plan works in conjunction with other local emergency plans, since a school emergency could require the involvement of numerous agencies. The plans are created for individual schools and are reviewed annually and after an emergency occurs. Staff and students prepare by practicing lockdown and evacuation drills. As we conduct these drills, we remind staff that talking about school safety, particularly the hostile event responses, can be anxiety-inducing for staff and students alike. So the language that we use is important, and it does vary by the level of age for our students. Next slide. Research demonstrates that some of the most important safety work we do is supporting our students' social and emotional health. In addition, we know that it is most important for students to feel connected to their school community and to be supported by their peers, teachers, and other trusted adults. When we create connections and support, faculty and staff can more effectively address student needs or concerns when they arise. Next slide. We have formed strategic partnerships so that the providers can support schools and school leaders with creating better learning outcomes for our students by sharing their knowledge, experiences, and resources. Such as for teaching, we partner with the Open Door Arts and Education that assists with podcasting classes where they share lesson plans and resources, working around curriculum through organizations like Urban Word Poetry, who widen our curriculum offerings through leadership, partnering with Morningside Center for Social Justice, who is providing senior and strategic leadership support, and even targeted activities with the Youth Leadership Council, with the NYPD's YCOs that provide support and mentoring while working with local authorities. It opens up opportunities for vulnerable children. Parents can support our work to create safe schools by being involved in your child's school by supporting functions such as providing insight in decision-making at the public safety meeting, continuing with the open dialogue with your children about their content on social media and taking steps to monitor their internet use, working with your school to discuss the bullying and cyberbullying workshops and showing support by attending these meetings. Please make every effort to not post information on social media or share it with others related to school safety unless you are positive it is fact. Misinformation shared by parents or community members outside the school actually makes the school more unsafe, as the school leaders have to investigate that information as well as the information that is going on inside the school. Listening to our children if they share concerns about themselves or their peers, getting to know who your child's friends are. As a parent, you're your child's first and most important teacher. And probably you already know that what sponges our kids are, so they're always watching us. So why not use it to your advantage by cultivating your digital literacy as a means to inspire your kids to do the same? You can set a great example of good digital citizenship by modeling how to create strong passwords, setting up firewalls, and letting kids know that you put this knowledge into action. You can learn strategies for modeling how to detect malware or phishing scams, talking with kids about the process for differentiating between safe and unsafe websites and apps. All of us, students, families, teachers, and school staff, can help. Working together, we can keep our schools and our community strong. This is a shared responsibility. Thank you. And I will pass it to Kelly Shannon.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Higgins. Thank you, Superintendent McGuire, and to the CEC and community who is here tonight. So at this time of year, one of the things that we do is we pause for reflection as school leaders. And in January, we brought our principals together. And as we create welcoming and inclusive communities, we lay that work side by side to support the academic work and instructional goals that we have across our schools. And last month, I presented our DCEP goals, in particular around literacy. So I want to walk you through the work that we did as a collective set of leaders across the district in January. So in this mid-year reflection, we took our beginning of the year data and our mid-year data, which are the screeners that we use 3 times a year, beginning, mid, and end of year. Some of you may know it as iReady data. You may have heard about MAP or Acadian screeners. These are screeners that allow us to understand where our students starting at and what growth is occurring over the course of the year. It's critically important that we're consistently monitoring the impact of the teaching practices we're putting into place. And I want to talk a little bit about our commitment to our Tier 1 curriculum, which is core curriculum work that we're doing and directly related to the Chancellor's priority, ensuring that all of our students are confident, capable readers when they reach 3rd grade in elementary school. And so our tier core curriculum that we've really focused on is our early foundational research-based literacy programs. And in particular, I'm going to walk you through a school in our community, in our district, that instituted a change into their Tier 1 curriculum and the work that they did behind that led to student growth. And so they are using a core curriculum called Hegarty and Foundations. They are core curriculum, and what that means is in Tier 1, that is curriculum that all of the students are exposed to each and every day. It's done 5 days a week throughout dedicated time during a literacy period for this work. Tier 2 work that we've been focusing on is what happens when we do our Tier 1 work with all of our students, and then we need to think about small group work. And for some of our students, when we're monitoring weekly, we look for students who might not be reaching, and I spoke about this last month, this 80% mark of meeting benchmark, which assures us that our Tier 1 core curriculum work is actually working for our children. And if a child is not reaching 80%, it is our job to think about the ways to provide what we call double dosing, another opportunity to work on those skills because they will achieve it with that support. And so that might be called double dosing. It also allows teachers to be really strategic that when we work in small groups, we want to make sure we're meeting the range of learners within our classroom, and that small group work time is targeted and really effective practice, regardless of where our students' starting point is and where they continue to grow. Tier 3 instruction is small group work that happens outside of the classroom. It's typically with another service provider, although sometimes it could be, if it's an ICT classroom, with one of the ICT teachers. Can you go to the next slide, Kelly? Thank you. And so one of the things that I would like to share in addition is the way we think about the multi-tier systems of support. Deputy Superintendent Higgins talked about the way in which we provide physical and emotional safety, which is one of the supports that's part of the multi-tier systems of support. What I'm focusing on is the instructional support that we provide for academic growth for our students. And so this is just a visual representation of the ways we think about that work. Tier 1, again, 100% of our students in every classroom receive that with our core curriculum. Tier 2 is layered side by side with this work, and this is ensuring that students who need additional support to meet that benchmark are getting that right within the classroom, but they are not missing whole group instruction to have that happen. And then Tier 3 is for the should be for a smallest group number of students who need additional support outside of what they've already been provided with Tier 1 and Tier 2. Part of the shift in our Tier 1 core curriculum choices is to ensure that if they are strong research-based programs, they should be meeting 80% of our students' needs through that alone. You can go to the next slide, Kelly. Thank you. So at this conference, we have our principals share. They look at their data, they look at our data across the district, and they work collaboratively with us as a district leadership team. And so I want to share this one particular school's journey. The school at the beginning of the year, going into this year, made the shift to bringing Hegarty and Foundations in pre-K through grade 2. They trained their classroom teachers and provided professional development so that the teachers were aware of the research behind why these programs were effective, the types of practice that they would need to shift within their classrooms, and the ways to ensure that they understood the trajectory in the ways lessons could happen. And so at the beginning of this year, the school identified based on the screener that 30% of their students were at or above benchmark, which is something clearly that they wanted to continue to work on and want to see students at a much higher rate meeting benchmark. The mid-year data, which is only approximately 3.5 months later, showed that they had moved their students in K2 to 70% of their students meeting at or above benchmark. So what are some of the shifts that happen in real time in classrooms? Well, it's Tier 1, core curriculum. What choice were we making to build those foundational literacy skills? Collaboration with the school's data teams, classroom teachers, and the training that they received, along with our D2 AIS coordinators. Those are our educators and leaders, district instructional leaders who work directly with teachers as well as principals and assistant principals. Janine Michelle, Alina Lyons, and Kelly Licata, who's also our TDEC. They all play an instrumental role along with the work that we do as a leadership team, Kelly, Reggie, and myself, in supporting school principals. A shift that also happens is ensuring that there's consistent progress monitoring in each unit. We can't go back 3 months later and try to give a student everything that they might not have been built yet in terms of the skills they need, but within a unit, we can make those adjustments. And so progress monitoring became really critical in terms of making sure that there was weekly monitoring, monthly monitoring, and then end of unit looking really clearly at the assessments to see where the student's skill development is. And then a shift that was also made this year is ensuring that when a student was not yet reaching 80% in a mid-unit or towards the end of unit assessment, that they automatically receive double dosing small group work within the classroom, and teachers were trained to provide that. This becomes a model for us as leaders as we do this leadership check-in and mid-year reflection to say, what are the decisions we need to continue to make from this point to the end of the year so we can continue to support all of our students in growing academically, to build strong foundational skills so that they all are meeting benchmark or exceeding benchmark. In addition, it allows principals to think through the kinds of decisions in terms of resources needed, structures that might need to be shifted, and we're already thinking through how do these decisions right now, how does this information inform our planning for next year? And then we as a district instructional leadership team, we become responsible for making sure the supports, the resources that are needed, that they get, that we are directly able to provide those to our principals. And that is the kind of work that we do weekly in our touch points with our principals, as well as our professional learning collaboratives and at our principal conferences across the district. So I look forward to this continuing work across our schools and the shifts that we're beginning to see so that we can ensure ourselves that every single student is meeting the potential that exists. You can go to the next slide. So I get to shift to another piece, which I think wraps really nicely, not only into the work we do to ensure our students can attend to academic learning, it directly supports the work that Deputy Superintendent Higgins was talking about and Superintendent McGuire. So this week is National School Counseling Week. And we'd like to extend our gratitude to all of our school counselors across District 2. They play such a pivotal role in forming relationships with our students, with our families, and with our educators, and ensuring that our students' social and emotional needs, as well as any family needs that exist, are met. We have one of our team members, Sarah Miola, is our Director of Student Support Services, and she works directly with all of the school counselors across the district in providing monthly training. She joined us about a month and a half ago, so she is just getting to know all of the school counselors, and together in a collaborative effort, we look to not only bring workshops directly into our schools that they could then utilize and bring to their families. We think about the ways in which we are providing in our professional learning collaboratives support for our principals in the work that they will do, not only with their teachers and their students, but with families, with their SLTs and their PTAs. And so if you have an opportunity this week, we encourage you to say thank you to the school counselors in your children's school for all that they do for our children. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Kelly and Reggie. We just have a couple of final announcements to make. We had several different Big Apple Award winners last year here in District 2, and the awards nominations are now open. Those can be, teachers can be nominated by parents, students, staff within a school. We will share this slideshow publicly, but you can also find the nomination form for Big Apple Award winners on our Department of Education website. We also heard a bunch this evening in regards to the upcoming CEC elections. Again, that information is posted on the Department of Education website. And then finally, we just heard recently that Mayor Adams has lifted the vaccination requirement, and those are going to be ending for Department of Education employees, pending action by the Board of Health on February 9th. That means that as of this Friday, vaccination would be optional for Department of Education employees and others who work in DOE schools. That also means that visitors to Department of Education school buildings would no longer be required to provide proof of vaccination. The city does want families to know that vaccination still is recommended and that masking is still recommended indoors. As a city, we will continue to send home test kits with students, and we will continue to monitor the situation and stay in close contact with the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. One question in relationship to this that has come up in a couple of different circles is in regard to parent-teacher conferences. The next round of parent-teacher conferences will be held in March, and they're part of the reason why parent-teacher conferences were deemed remote in agreement between the central office and the United Federation of Teachers was to make sure that every family had access to parent-teacher conferences. Parent-teacher conferences through the end of this year will remain remote, and then we will see what happens in the coming year, whether those return to in-person or whether those remain remote or whether it's optional. We'll just have to see how that plays out. But for this year, parent-teacher conferences will remain remote. There is one more event on February 15th for families that are seeking to learn more about 3K, pre-K, and gifted and talented in kindergarten admissions. If you would like to learn a little bit more about that, there's one event left. You can check out the Department of Education website for this final elementary school admissions event. And again, this slideshow will be posted on the CECD2 website, so you can access this resource. And again, then finally looking ahead, our screener window that Kelly Shannon spoke about so well in regard to the reading assessments. All of those screening assessments are slated to wrap up by February 10th. We do have one more week to do any makeups, but that's great information for us to have as we plan for the remainder of this year and think about also heading into what that means into the final round of assessments for the year. Our pre-K and 3K applications remain open through March 10th. There's a midwinter recess, February 20th to the 24th, and families should be on the lookout for the New York City School Survey. That's going to open up next week and will be open through March 31st. Again, that's for all staff who work inside schools, all parents, and then this survey is also administered and available for completion for all students in grades 6 and up. And as I mentioned before, the next round of parent-teacher conferences is in March. Thanks so much for your time. We are happy to answer any questions and look forward to working with you.
Thank you so much, Superintendent McGuire and Deputy Superintendent Higgins and Deputy Superintendent Shannon. Thank you so much. Are there any council members with questions or comments for superintendents and deputy superintendents? Councilmember Quag, and if you can turn on your camera, please, too. You're muted, Councilmember Quag, Treasurer Quag.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So thank you, Superintendent and Deputy Superintendents. I just want to highlight Superintendent Kelly about PS 130 event. I have no problem with songs about different cultures and about, slavery, as in Harriet, the song that was performed at 1:30. We are in Black History Month as well. But I would have thought that at a Lunar New Year celebration at a school where the school is in Chinatown and 80%, 90% of the students are Chinese students, ethnic Chinese, and you're launching an AAPI Hidden Voices curriculum, that there would be a little bit more respect in terms of the programming, that it would be focused on the Lunar New Year celebrations of the Chinese traditions of music and dance, instead of someone else's culture's music and dance. This is the kind of exact thing that Asian Americans face every single day. Our culture is invisible, it is hidden, and we don't get to see ourselves, and our kids end up not knowing even the songs and the dances of our own cultures. And I'm saying Asian cultures, there's many cultures across Asia. I really personally am taken aback. And furthermore, Chinese, customs for Lunar New Year or Chinese New Year or the Spring Festival is a celebratory one, where we wear very bright colors. Red is a traditional color for a celebration and happiness. In contrast, and white are colors of mourning. It's a color we wear to funerals. And here we have like a festival celebrating a new year, a new spring, and the kids are made to wear white, singing songs and dancing stuff that's not based on Asian or Chinese culture. Kids don't know what they don't know. I experienced that. I happen to be lucky enough to be able to work in Asia, work in China, work in Hong Kong and Taiwan, Singapore, and Japan, India. So I recognize and know the cultures a lot more than when I was younger. But kids don't know. They rely on adults to show them the songs. To have someone who is an adult who is culturally responsive to Asian Pacific Asian culture and songs and music. Yet here we have, in the middle of the most important festival holiday of the Chinese custom and culture, we have kids being made to wear white mourning colors and singing songs that are not based on their own culture. All the while, Chancellor Banks is saying, oh, I can recognize hidden voices. Well, what a farce. What a hypocritical act. That is so insulting. I couldn't believe my eyes. I couldn't believe my ears. You know, you guys really need to study what you preach, what you're trying to preach. And I'm happy to give you advice. But this is really, really like the epitome of what is wrong with how the DOE approaches AAPI, culturally responsive education. In 2019, I protested against Chancellor Carranza when he launched the CRSE. I knew that it would really make Asian culture the last to be considered. And indeed, I saw that again as it happened under Chancellor Banks, no less. This is the epitome of hypocrisy, and it's an insult to all the entire Asian community in New York City.
Thanks, Chen. And, you know, I do appreciate you acknowledging Black History Month. PS 130 also does an amazing program for a Black History Month that they stream live on YouTube. And I encourage everyone to take a look at that. But I do also want to clarify that there were two events that occurred in a very short period of time. One was the rollout of the AAPI curriculum that did happen in the month of February. Actually, it happened, I think, end of January, but there was an event in which we rolled out the AAPI curriculum. And then there also was a Chinese New Year event that occurred last Friday. Two very different events with two very different programs. You're absolutely right. The Chinese New Year event highlighted all of the different things that you said celebrate the wonderful culture of China and East Asia. Students who were singing songs in Chinese, wearing traditional clothing, performing different dance and music. But there were two events that occurred. So, but the best part of it all was what we saw was some really lovely and just heartwarming, talented children up there on the stage. They were incredible in both events. And I just want to thank the school administration for doing so much, working so closely with families to put together these very special events, two of them nonetheless in a pretty short period of time.
Kelly, I just also want to add that, you know, the other special thing about that event was that there were the senior center that also works in partnership with the school. And I think it really highlighted like the collaboration that takes place within the community so that the students from the pre-K through 5th grade had the opportunity to see their elders to come in and highlight also it makes their culture so great. And in exchange, the students perform for them. So it was a shared experience. And I do feel that, you know, the students benefited so much from that. So it was a really great event, especially for all of the hard work that the kids put into it, but also that the seniors could take so much of their own personal time to also be a part of the celebration, made it even more special.
Thank you. Vice President Das, yes, you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kelly, can you clarify then? Because the event that I was at was not the Lunar New Year event, or it was?
It was not. That was the AAPI rollout.
It was the AAPI rollout, right? But that was the one that was that was the one that was broadcast, and that more people know about because it was broadcast and because the chancellor was there.
They were actually both broadcast onto YouTube. I'm not sure But the chancellor was at the AAPI rollout, but he was not at the Chinese New Year rollout or Chinese New Year celebration.
So yeah, I guess I acknowledge the confusion, but I would say that, and it didn't strike me at the time, because I was there, but I was getting messages from Asian parents that were upset about children wearing white in what seemed like a celebration of the Asian New Year, because the Lunar New Year, because it was also during the AAPI rollout, as well as a song that they felt should have been more appropriate to the Lunar New Year. So I hope that reconciles some of the statements that I'm seeing in the chat. But I think there were Asian parents that were justifiably upset, and I didn't see many of those messages till after I saw you at the event. That wasn't my question. I just wanted to clarify for the audience. I'm actually going to ask a question of Deputy Superintendent Higgins. Can we switching to safety? You had mentioned that it's in your speech. You had mentioned that it's not good when parents spread false rumors and misinformation and all that. I get that. However, I got to tell you, and we had several emails exchanging with Kelly on this quite recently, and so it's timely. However, the messages that it's unavoidable if parents are going to keep getting messages that don't tell them what's going on and are highly sanitized by DOE legal and are delayed and don't explain the incident. You get emails like, "Oh, an incident happened, but everything's fine now." You know how much that freaks out parents? So I guess to the extent that you want parents to not do that, the DOE has to do a much better job sending through a more timely and accurate assessment of what happened. And I understand we talk all the time about your hands are tied about what you're allowed to share or not share. But you can't ask parents to do that if the DOE is going to send those kind of messages.
So all I could say is thank you. I appreciate what you've shared. I think that ultimately we all want the same thing. And I think we want our schools to be safe and we want our students to be safe. And so I will take your feedback and share it. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
And they're quite delayed. I mean, sometimes they don't come out till the end of the day. Sometimes they don't come out till the next day. So.
All right, Ben, I'm gonna call myself because my hand is raised and I want to move this on quickly. I just want to add on to what Kaushik just said, because I was involved in one of the most recent situations that we're discussing. Kelly, because I emailed you. The alert that families got was alarming. And I know that principals have their hands tied, and it's unfair because it puts them in a terrible position where they have to say, all right, something terrible happened, but we think everything's fine. Or, send your kids tomorrow. And of course, parents assume the worst, hope for the best. But in a matter of hours, the news is out. Parents are finding out what's happening. And in this situation, it was scary. And as a parent, I would have liked to have known what type of risk my child might have been in, depending on who was involved. I'm being very careful here, but I know all the details. But if it happens to be a student and it happens to be a student in the same classroom as my child, I would like to know. And I think it's wrong for anyone to say that everything's fine in this day, to say that the risk has been assessed and we think everything's okay, send your kids to school. It's just wrong. It's wrong to be more concerned with protecting the identity of particular people and not worrying about the families or the children that are there, and to not give those families any security in understanding what happened and whether or not they should have the ability to make that decision for themselves. Whether that entails, private meetings or private conversations. I don't know how you handle it, but the way it is right now, is not working, and it doesn't feel good, and it's not setting well with the students, and it's not setting well with the parents. And I can't help to think that this is further decreasing enrollment when we make these decisions. So something has to change.
So what I will say is that schools are, we don't make the determination on like what is a credible threat. That is the law enforcement. So we defer to the experts in the field, and the NYPD determines what is and what is not credible. We have a responsibility to communicate, when an incident has happened. And I think, having been a principal, there's this law, FERPA, and so parents have a right to their child's privacy. And I think that I also want to just be mindful that we are talking about both alleged victims, and we just want to be sensitive to all parties. And I think that we have to ensure that we, from the educator's perspective, are doing our due diligence to protect the privacy of students. So I think that, in that sense, the principals are going to adhere to what the protocol is, and they will be supported by the Department of Education. And I know that parents sometimes don't understand that, which is why I think that parents' perspective in working with schools, going out, being a part of the public safety meetings, making sure that the PTA president is going to safety meetings just to kind of share their perspective and to communicate some of the things that you're saying right now are better said within the school. I think that there is a space where that dialogue should happen between schools and families, but I don't think that it should be something where we are disclosing and violating anyone's privacy, because we would never want your child to be alleged to be a part of something and to allow that conversation to be part of a public forum. That should not happen. So I think that, there is a balance to how these things have to be handled.
So Reggie, I completely agree with everything you said, which is why I'm part of that community, and which is why I was PTA president at that school. I am not right now, but I was in close conversation that day with the PTA president, who had firsthand information about what happened. I also spoke with SLT, and I spoke with the principal, who unfortunately was frustrated as well that her hands were tied. So I don't think it's up to the principal. Just like you said, it's up to the communities. And you're talking about alleged. Of course it's alleged. Otherwise, we'd all know about it right now. But we go back a couple of weeks and we have a 6-year-old. There were concerns about him having a weapon, and turned out to be true, right? And I think the parents who were affected probably would have appreciated those alleged complaints that come forward, and we'd heard more about it before anything happened. In this situation, I know there are rules within the DOE, but individual families can contact the NYPD at any point in time, and they can find out that information. So why? That's where the confusion comes in. So you can call the NYPD, find out what you want, but yet we're not supposed to share that with parents who have children who might somehow be involved. That's the confusion. And that's coming directly from the community that you're suggesting that we speak with.
So Robin, again, I appreciate your perspective. If you could send me that question and just put it in email, and I will escalate it on your behalf. I will. Just to see what information can be communicated, to see if there's a response that, might be more acceptable. So send that to me.
So I sent last week I sent it to Kelly and to Jennifer and to some higher ups. Did you see the email? Because I would have loved to have heard back something that I could have shared. Next time I'll just email you directly to make sure that you get it, because I didn't get really a satisfactory answer. Okay. So I appreciate that. I will directly contact you going forward.
Okay. I'll put my email in the chat.
And I'm also co-chair of the safety committee. So, you say join these committees, but I'm doing all that. So
and I work with safety for the district, so we can work together. I look forward to it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any other council members before? All right, then I have one question or comment for Deputy Superintendent Kelly Shannon. I found your presentation very interesting, and I love the fact that there's an urgency to with benchmarks and meeting benchmarks. So I would love to have found out which school went from 30 to was it 76%? And because they should be celebrated, that's fantastic. I want to see that with all our schools. And my question is in the line of, I don't know if you can answer or not. It's in December 2008, 2020, and I've said this a number of times to other people, but I asked the Chancellor Carranza at the time that I was begging him really about using iReady, Acadians. Well, I said iReady as an example, but you have Acadians and MAP to find out where the kids are at, and then he got into this long discussion about formative versus summative issues, and that's a debate that's theoretical. These are normed, nationally normed tests, so you can make qualitative and quantitative decisions and actions based upon how the students are improving or where they should be. What changed? What happened? You know, this is what you should be doing, and you're doing it. And thank God. We need urgency here. When the researchers out there showing that these kids, we have a lost generation if we don't act soon, and it could be trillions of dollars of impact in population in our country, in other countries, and there was just another research paper that came out on 20 different studies around the world. And thank God you're doing some of that. And it's got to be celebrated. It's got to be in every school, and it's got to be shared, and we got to keep doing that. That is the most important thing to me that was said today, because the number one thing that we are here for is helping students get the education they deserve, that they need, that they can survive with. And yes, safety is important, culture is important, but bottom line, these are schools. They have to be educated. And thank you for doing that. And I'd love to hear more about this. But what happened? You know, I couldn't believe I was debating. Well, it was a debate. I just asked a question, and he rather deal with formative and summative debate, theoretical issues, and not serving kids. And I just want to hear more about this, because we need to hear these kind of results monthly. Please share them. But thank you.
You're welcome. And our superintendent, I'm sure, would be more than glad to have us each month report back on the progress of each school. I always think about moving forward. And so I think the question in there is, it's not so much what happened, but what are we focused on now? We are clearly focused as a district, as a school system, on ensuring that in the early grades that we are carefully ensuring that all of our schools have a research-based early foundational literacy program in place, that we're providing the training, the ways in which we progress monitor, and we'll continue. Our expectation is we'll continue to see that growth. And so Councilmember Das had a question in the chat about tier 2 and tier 3. You're absolutely correct. That should be a small group. And if you look at the overall number, it doesn't match. The reason why we look at multi-tier support system from that perspective, it goes back to tier 1. It is why there has been a significant shift in our core curriculum and the choices we're making. We've narrowed those choices to ensure that they are programs that should effectively meet at least 80% of our students' needs, so that we are decreasing the likelihood that we have larger numbers of students who need additional supports if we have a high quality foundational program in place. So we'll continue to do that. We will celebrate our other schools. This is not the only school, but we wanted to highlight one school and the process we go through, and how leaders are not only transparent, but vulnerable enough to show the work that they have to do as a school leader, the work that their teachers do, and then ultimately it's about the impact on our children so that we are ensuring equitable outcomes for all. So we'll continue to report back on this. Thank you.
When you move from 30% to 76, that's multiple standards of improvement. And that only comes from hard work. And that has to be celebrated. And we have to, if we see that in every school and in every district, that turns around, that change, that's a game changer. So please, and inspire the other schools that are not seeing those results to thrive, to strive for that, because things like that can be copied, and that's a best case scenario, and that's what we have to work for. But so thank you. I'm sorry, I'm excited when I see something like that. I'm excited. And all right, thank you. All right. And thank you all, Kelly McGuire, Kelly Shannon, Reggie Higgins, for being with us tonight. Our next item on the agenda is a discussion on resolutions. And I'm sorry, but I have to de-spotlight you all. Okay. Okay. Oh, did I get the wrong person? I apologize. All right. All right. Councilmember Das for 221. Does anyone have a question
Ben,
or comment?
I think you have to do the committee reports.
Oh, thank you. Okay. I got too excited. Committee reports. Does anyone have a report? Any chairs of committees? Yes.
Just wanted to quickly mention the chess program for students in temporary housing and how they have been trying to raise more money, and Coach Russ is looking to try to find some type of transportation from students from the shelters to the Times Square location. And he's also discussing taking many of these students, the asylum seeker students included, to the chess championships in Saratoga. So I think this is a great opportunity, separate from the DOE, but a great opportunity for these families, a way for them to form communities, learn a hobby or something that might help them in multiple ways. And additionally, at these after-school chess programs, there are snacks provided, and for the younger kids, there's art, and there are some snacks and an area for parents to commune and get to know one another.
Thank you. I see some of the work that he's been doing with the chess program, both for the migrants and for the schools in our district, and just having fantastic results. I hope he has a big group going with him to the national and then the states and all that. Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to let the public know that on Thursday, March 2nd, we will be holding a special education forum with district-wide with Superintendent Kelly McGuire and some people from the special education team. So just a heads up in case I know that can be said in future in the business working meeting, but just wanted to give that.
Is this with your SWD committee?
Correct, with students with disability, yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more committee reports? Okay, so we'll move to the resolutions discussion. Any questions or comments for resolution 221?
I have a comment when everybody's done. Minor change to the document.
If no one has any comments, then we will move to McGuire. Senator McGuire.
Yeah, I just wanted to share, since it was in the resolution, this resolution, that the third grade program at PS 126 is continuing. Those students are moving up to fourth grade, and then a new cohort of kids are being accepted into the program for next year.
Okay, thank you for that. I actually meant to ask you that during your thing, but I got sidetracked with a safety issue. I can remove or modify that. So just so the third grade is continuing. To clarify, the third grade is continuing and a new third grade is entering.
That's correct, yep.
But there are not any additional classes being added anywhere for either at the kindergarten or third grade level in District 2.
No, not right now. It's we're returning to the question each year based on need. There are some schools that have some seats available, but this is a issue. This is a question, and this is a possibility each year. We just have to evaluate what the need is in the district.
Since I have you though, can I also ask you then about what we had discussed? We've discussed this more than once, but I think most recently in January, the fact that teachers who recommend all their students, or because they think all kids are gifted, or none of their students because they don't believe in the program, or there's other variations of that, but those are the two most extreme. Has that come across your desk? Were you able to find out anything more? Should I post an official question to DOE?
I'm more than happy to welcome your question, I'm sure. I did post the question. They said they had heard the rumor, but their experience was that they didn't have any information that would point to that. But I think if you follow up with a question, I think that they would welcome it and do what they can to answer it.
Well, there might have been a rumor on one of them that none of the teachers made a comment, but that none of the teachers didn't nominate none of the students. But there's certainly evidence that teachers nominated a lot of the students. If the 2021 to 22 school year, 90% plus the students went on to the lottery portion of the event. No, that's not evidence enough.
I think it's a question better asked of enrollment than me.
But you might be better positioned to acquire the data in your district.
Well, but these data are actually collected centrally and not district to district. Like I don't collect this. I don't get reports back in terms of how many kids were nominated per school. That's not something that I possess or have possessed.
I'll end with it still might be helpful if a joint inquiry might be made, because I think the teachers look to their boss or principal, and the principals look to you, the superintendent, first. Anyway. Any other questions from any of the council members? Sorry, that's your line, maybe, but.
There was a hand up from a council member, from Parliamentarian Silverman.
No, I lowered it. Sorry.
No, you have to bring it back up. That's all right. It's late. All right, Councilmember Doss, Vice President Doss, do you have changes for 221 that you want to share?
Yes, should be quick.
Oh, we have Councilmember Igorov.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment and thank for this for bringing this up, because I think it raises very important issues about the GMT, and there are 2 points that I want to make. One is that it is true that there hasn't been any kind of evaluation. I mean, my son was accepted to a GMT school, last year, and he was never interviewed because he was at a private preschool. The interview was with me and my husband. So I have no idea how they could possibly evaluate if he was gifted or not. And look, the reality is that the gifted and talented schools do not exist in our district anymore, right? The only thing that actually exists now is the SHSAT because, the de Blasio and Curran's administration were not able to destroy because it's in state's law. If you talk to any of the teachers of kindergarten at G&T schools now, they say they have kids who are almost reading and kids who cannot even identify the letters of alphabet. You cannot possibly implement a first grade curriculum with this huge, gap in where kids are. And the same with, we know at the middle school, we have talked about this so much here that, there's no more advanced coursework because the kids are you have 3-4 grade levels of math in the same class and the teachers are desperate trying to, tailor to everybody or to the average student. So the reality is that there is no more G&T in our district. They have done the job of what they wanted, which was to destroy and dismantle the schools. There are a couple of schools that are offering a couple of courses, advanced courses, Wagner, we know, and a couple of others. But for kindergarten, we know that this is not happening anymore because any teachers that you talk to, they will tell you that it's impossible to implement a first grade curriculum when you have kids at every single level. And that's the reality that we have now, unfortunately. And that's why 2 years ago, parents would call me and how can I fight? How can I help? And now people call how can I get out of the district? Can I please get a scholarship? What are the options here? Because I know that advanced students are not going to be served in our district anymore. And that's the reality. Everybody is trying to get out because we know that this they really have dismantled the schools and it's just not available anymore. There are no more public options about that in our district, unfortunately. So only if you can pay or if you can get a scholarship, you're going to have access to advanced coursework for your children.
Anyone mind if I share my screen or any other comments from the council members? Changes I have should be fairly minor. So as gone over by Superintendent Kelly McGuire, I'm going to delete this whereas, which deals with the third grade class having been answered, and amended the second whereas clause to remove the reference to third grade and say expansion of G&D programs in District 2 beyond third grade at PS 126. That's change number 1 and 2 actually. And the other change is minor. It's just a rearranging of this calls upon the DOE, and then they specifically mentioned certain DOE officers. It's more in line with other resolutions that we passed, as well as resolution 222, how it was done there. And I can't remember what I added, but these are the officers we have now. And those are the only changes I recommended. Any other comments? Any opposition to those changes? I will. I'm willing to listen to any comments first.
Well, they get the chance to make comments on it after you make the motion.
Okay. I make a motion to amend Resolution 221A with the changes highlighted.
I second that.
I get a second. Robin, want to do a vote?
Or Chanel, can you vote if?
Yep, I can do it.
Yeah.
Here. Robin Broshi, Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela Igorov,
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez,
Yes.
Robin Kelleher, Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Benjamin Morden,
Yeah.
Len Silverman,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim, absent, and Lily's absent. Spencer Silverman,
Yes.
and I'm just gonna call Robin Broshi one more time. And Robin Kelleher.
Yes, sorry, I have a 9-year-old who won't go to bed.
Okay, so it passes with 7.
Thank you.
Can we move on to 22?
Yes, please.
Comments, I guess, first from the
Are
council
any
members.
council members or comments regarding the PEP resolution? Councilmember Silverman, our parliamentarian.
Yeah, can you put the resolution up for a minute?
I do have it up. Is it not shared? Okay, hold on. Yeah. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. There are some additions in blue that I was going to recommend, but
Yeah, you know, I support this resolution, but I don't understand why we are referencing people who were elected when we're indicating we had a problem with, when the resolution indicates that there's a problem specifically with the nomination process. So I don't know. I'd be more comfortable if that section was taken out.
I had put it in. Oh, go ahead. Finish
Yeah,
it.
go ahead. Yeah, it's up to you.
I put it in because, well, we did welcome Avid, and we did discuss Effie as well as CCHS background, which was expanded upon here. However, you weren't the only person to make this comment, and I am happy to remove it to make it more factual. Any other council members have an opinion? Then I would recommend changing it in the following way. The DOE held elections, and I would cut this. And that work for you?
Yep. Yeah, it's fine.
Any other comments? I'll move on to the other additions. And Len, I would appreciate your input here. Whereas I did add a clause, I would like to add a clause, whereas CECD2 has heard from multiple reliable sources that members of the nominating committee gave several qualified applicants low scores. Applicants that disagreed with their ideology. Applicants with multiple years PTA, SLT, CEC, President's Council, and/or other relevant experience. This was part of the testimony that I gave at both at PEP and I believe at the Education Council as well, or at the City Council.
Do you have links to the city council video?
Not in here. I'm not gonna be able to find that fast enough.
I might be able to get.
I can post it here. There is a whole archive and you can go there and find it, but I'll post it here in the chat.
And I'm more confident that it's more confident that the PEP testimony. This is just a cleanup. This was 2 separate whereases combined into one. Hope there's nothing objectionable there. The more significant changes is a restructuring of the resolves. Again, I added Chancellor Banks here to keep it consistent with the other resolution. I changed some of the wording here. Aggregate popular voting by borough, not subdivide by district, so that parents of a larger district do not receive less consideration than parents of a smaller district. And then added a bullet point, put forth before the PEP as soon as possible for vote. As soon as possible for vote in advance of June elections. The other restructuring is I took a few of the bullet points from up here and said, therefore be it further resolved, CECD2 insists that whether or not popular elections are implemented, the DOE immediately revise chancellor regulations to release all information available regarding the deliberations and voting of the nominating committee this past December, eliminate the current nominating committee as antithetical to a democratic vote, provide only a minimal system that only performs simple screens for eligibility, say e.g., for example, residents, school children, conflicts of interest, etc., more similar to the current CEC elections. Any thoughts, comments, or objections to any of those? Any other thoughts, comments in general? I'm going to stop sharing. Or actually, sorry, we should do this one. I'd like a motion to amend Resolution 222 with the changes that we just discussed and highlighted.
I second that.
Okay, Robin?
Well, are there any questions or comments about the changes? All right, if there are no comments, let's move to a vote. Chanel, if you can take the vote.
Robin Broshi, Kasha Das,
Yes.
Daniela Igorov,
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez,
Abstain.
Robin Kelleher, Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Benjamin Morton,
Yes.
Len Silverman,
Yes.
Janie and Lily's absent, Spencer Silverman,
Yes.
Robin Broshi, and Robin Kelleher.
Yes.
Okay, so
So the motion is approved. 6.
Yep.
With 1 abstention.
Yep.
All right. So now we're into the second public speaking session. Chanel, how many speakers?
it's just Tom and Tam.
Okay. Since it's late, I would have moved to 1 minute, but since we only have 2 speakers, 2 minutes, and it's going to be a strict 2-minute time, both.
Okay.
Okay, so I think the first up is Tom Rockledge. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Thank you. Entiendo que hay diferentes dialectos de español, but I'm going to have to translate exactly what Javier said because it lost its meaning in translation. Hello, my name is Javier Torres. I am 29 years old. When Tom was in Colombia with my family in November, I was in Matamoros, Tamaulipas, Mexico, on the border in a refugee camp, sleeping on the ground. At this meeting in November, my nephew Draker was misunderstood by a woman on this council who claims to be Venezuelan. My family spoke in favor of improving the education of all children by providing them with opportunities. Your councilwoman said my family said otherwise. During the next meeting, more of my family spoke and the translators did not translate what they said. I tried to send a video explaining my situation because you guys pretend to care about us, but they refuse to play it. I spent 5 months in that refugee camp, constantly in danger from cartel violence, but with Tom's help, I made it here to New York City, where I'm staying in his apartment. I came here to earn money so that my daughter can have a good education. I had to leave Venezuela because I had no opportunities there. We have no opportunities in an economy destroyed by the same socialism that some of the members of this council seem to advocate for. Destroying opportunities for gifted and talented programs does not create opportunities for people like my family. It is very condescending of you to tell people like me and my family that our children could not succeed in your school's system's gifted and talented programs. If our children attended these schools, they would study hard and be in these programs. Lupe Hernandez, you do not speak for me. You do not speak for Venezuelans. During a meeting, she said that Tom should not be a model to help Venezuelans. I ask you why she would say that, because I am sleeping in his house and he is helping my family. Instead of celebrating himself, he helps people provide opportunities. People on this board have accused him of being racist for having Black friends and helping Black people. All you anti-racists do nothing but talk and tell people to read your books. The reality is that you are the racists. It's easy to treat another person like another person without reading a book. For people like my family, including Tom, it comes naturally. That's what he actually said. Necesitan
that's
más
fine.
personas que hablan español. Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Next, we have Tam. Tam, are you there? Can you unmute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, great. Sorry, I'm in the lobby. I just wanted to speak against the resolution to have a G&T class in every school. The reason, there's many reasons, but primarily I think when you bring up 2E students, when you're talking about students with disabilities, it's really important to understand the history of why these students are underrepresented in any G&T program across our district, across other districts. The reason is that they can test in, but the supports that they need in those actual programs are almost non-existent. So if you're a 2E student and you have an ICT designation on your IEP, for instance, most of those schools don't even offer an ICT class for those students. Some of them, some of these students have ADHD, they're on the spectrum, they have behavioral challenges, they need lots of intervention, and it's just not offered. So it's actually, G&T is very discriminatory against these students. So just understand that that's the history there. And 2E students are actually better supported in classrooms that are ICT classrooms with differentiated learning, where they get all the supports that they need, and they're also with their peers. They're with other students, perceived to be gifted and talented. They're with, a whole host of students. So again, I just beg you to open your minds a little bit to the possibility that all of these students can be taught together, and that if you really want to elevate, the plight of 2E students, that you wouldn't be pushing for more G&T programs that actually exclude them. And just to close really quickly, sorry, I'm out of breath. I am a little bit, not a little bit, I'm really bothered by in the resolution where it wants to cut enrichment programs for these G&T programs. I think that art and music, I know art and music, I know, PE, field trips, those are all things that every student should have in their lives. And when you take those away from the school day, that means that low-income families, students that don't have busing after school, can't get into an after school program, can't pay for it. They don't have the same exposure that other students have. And it's also kind of taking away the, you're helping your children, in your mind by getting them into a G&T program, but they're not, you're taking away opportunities from your children to be exposed to something they might really love and really need.
That's time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, so now we will move Ben to the final discussion.
I no, we vote on resolutions. Yeah, no more discussions.
Oh, Craig is raising his hand. Is he signed up to speak? Chanel?
No, no one else has signed up.
Can we unmute him because he's very visually shaking his head. I'd like to hear what he's.
I did sign up. I signed up late, but I did sign up. So maybe it didn't register. I apologize if I didn't do it right, but it's odd, but I did sign up. So if it's okay with the president, if I may.
Yeah,
have my
you have 2 minutes. Yep.
Yeah, the 2 minutes is fine. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. I realize there are people who don't want G&T at all, and that's their right. That's fine. But there are many parents in this district who do. There are many parents that I know of that have left this district because it's been scaled back. It hasn't been expanded. But just from a factual standpoint, I don't believe that the resolution is saying that there's going to be G&T in every school. In fact, my school has no more than 2 classes per grade. I think in 3rd grade there's only 1 class. And I think under this resolution, there would be no G&T in my school. I don't see how you could do that. You can't differentiate one class. It is one class. So just, we should just understand all the facts. And Mr. Das, please correct me if I'm wrong because it's your resolution, but I'm pretty sure I'm understanding it correctly. The other thing I just want to say is I want to thank Vice President Kaushik Das, who advocated for our kids. He sat for many hours waiting for for an opportunity to speak before the city council. He did advocate for the children of District 2, and I want to thank him for that. It was very disconcerting how as soon as the members of the DOE left and they finished their testimony that all of the city council members, or most of the city council members, left as well, and they did not wait for the public. And that's not Councilmember Das. They didn't wait for any member of the public. They just left. But I did want to just take an opportunity to thank him for his advocacy. He spent many hours. I think he spent the entire day there, and it was greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. And I'm sorry we didn't have you listed, but glad you got to speak. So we will now move on to resolutions. Ben, since we are now going to go into the first one about G&T, can I make a comment?
Parliamentarian, this is a question for you.
Well, didn't we already have our comments?
Yes, I didn't make a comment then. I'm just wondering if I can make one comment.
It's up. I mean, it's up to you, Ben. I mean,
if you can give me 60 seconds.
Yeah, but it's going to open up a box here. All right, but if there are any, but I have to allow for follow-up comments in 60 seconds too.
why don't you just ask, is there anyone objects? Is there anyone on the council that objects? I mean,
right.
I see a hand raised. All right. Then it's up to you. It becomes an issue then.
So Lupe, you want to silence me right now? Just want to be clear.
You silence me all the time. You get to chair the meeting when you
I don't
want.
want to do this
You
right
get
now.
to speak when you want. You get to let who speaks want. So
Okay,
yeah,
so
by all means.
Lupe
by
wants
all
to
means.
silence me.
All right, well, you can bring up your comment during the new business and then it is what it is. All right. Council member, recording secretary Kelleher, if you can take the roll call vote.
Sure. Okay. Robin Broshi. Is she back on?
No, she didn't come back.
She's not. Okay. So absent. Ashik Das. Yes, I see.
You're muted.
Yes. Daniela.
Yes.
That was a yes. That was a yes from me. Sorry.
I saw you.
For 221A.
Yes. Lupe, will you please let us know if it's yes or no?
No.
Robin Kelleher, yes. Especially since I have two children who are 2E who went through the gifted and talented program. And my eldest is now in an ICT class and not doing well in the ICT class as a child who's 2E?
And I voted no because there are many
Right.
empty seats in
Lupe, you're not the
GNT
recording secretary.
and
Lupe,
there is not a demand.
So I'm going to actually
You have 15
to
kids in your
parliamentarian-
class, you've said in this year.
Parliamentarian,
So,
I have to ask you to be
oh,
quiet.
I'm just doing what you did.
No, I didn't say anything because you told me to be quiet. You silenced me, remember?
But you
Now I'm
spoke.
gonna move on.
You
Chen
said
Kwok,
exactly
you
what
vote
you
yes,
wanted to
no.
say.
Yes.
I'm sorry, please don't misrepresent what I was going to say. You have no idea what I was going to say. I said I asked for a minute, and you said no. So I listened to you. And now we're going to have to move on with the roll call vote. So please don't interrupt me again. Chen, yes. Ben Morden?
Yes.
Len Silverman?
Yes.
Lim Fong Sam is absent. Lily is absent. Spencer? Would you like to
Yes.
vote? Or just like your dad. So the resolution passes with. That was a great yes. 1, 2. That's
6.
Yeses.
Can I point of order? May I make one? Parliamentarian. Or...
Yes, the point of order can be made anytime, providing it's on point.
It is relevant. Having gone through that vote, did we vote on 221A as amended?
Yeah,
Or did we
I
just-
said,
Oh,
I
yeah,
said
yeah.
The vote
221.
on 221 as amended. Do you want me to go?
221A.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, should I go through it again or?
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Objection?
That's fine. Just
Retroactive.
checking. Let's.
Raise your hand if you have an objection.
That's fine.
I make a motion to vote on 222A as amended.
Okay, a second.
Wait. I don't think anybody made the motion to vote for the first one. You guys just started to vote.
All right, I make a motion to vote for 221A
No one made a motion.
Yeah.
As amended.
as amended.
Amended. Okay.
Can we?
Should I? And
Parliamentarian, do we have to take the vote over again, or can we use?
Let's just do it over again. Let's just get it
And
over with.
your motion should be specific, saying I vote for.
Yeah.
Okay, you need to be specific in the motion. No,
I
you
make-
didn't have a motion.
I make a motion to vote for 221A for,
Vote yes to.
vote yes to.
I second.
Take
Okay.
2.
Take 2. Everyone be ready. Robin Broshi, absent. Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela,
Yes.
Lupe,
No.
no. Robin, yes. Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Ben Morden,
Yes.
Len Silverman,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim is absent, Lily is absent, Spencer Silverman.
Yes.
The motion
The
passes.
passes with 6 yeses.
All right, I make a motion in favor of 222A as amended.
I
A
see.
second.
All right,
Okay.
take the vote.
Well, I'll take the vote here. Robin Broshi, absent. Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela,
Yes.
Lupe,
No.
Robin Kelleher, yes. Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Ben Morden,
Yes.
Len Silverman,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim, absent. Lily, absent. Spencer,
Yes.
6 yeses, and the resolution passes.
Okay. We have 2 more votes coming up. It's next agenda item is approval of minutes. Chanel, our AA, sent out minutes. They're also publicly up on our page for. Can I make a motion to approve the January minutes, which
Do you wanna
look
do the
really amazing? by
December
the way.
minutes first?
Oh, December. Okay. All right. All right,
I
so
second.
I make a motion to approve December minutes as amended with the with all the included motion votes.
I second.
Okay. This is a vote on December minutes. Robin Broshi absent. Kaushik Das. You're muted, Kaushik.
I'm sorry, yes.
Daniela,
Yes.
Lupe,
Yes.
Robin Kelleher, yes. Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Ben Morden,
Yes.
Len Silverman,
Yes.
Lim Pung Sim, absent. Lily absent, Spencer,
Yes.
and that passes. Eight
7-0 with. I make a motion to approve the January 2023 minutes. We have a second.
I second. Robin Broshi, absent. Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela,
Yes.
Lupe,
Yes.
Robin Kelleher, yes. Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Ben Morden,
Yes.
Len Silverman,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim, absent. Lily absent, Spencer Silverman,
Yes.
and that as well with 7 yeses, passes. Minutes are approved.
All right, next agenda item is new business. Our council members, do we have any new business? Going once, twice, three. All right.
I just wanted to say that PS33 SCA reached out and they will begin their work fixing the corner, the corner of 26th and 9th Avenue, which is very exciting because we've been asking for 5 years, and that was on our list of things we wanted to do, and that's going to start it's slated to start, I think, next month and finish in October.
October. Wow. My daughter was a 5th grader. Now she's in high school.
Yep.
And when that problem happened. Wow. Well, that's great news though. Good for PS33 and the community. Congrats. And I should, before we end new business, I should thank Vice President Das as well. I ditto what Cret Slutskin said about your work attending the City Council, Education Council meeting and being there for hours. It's an embarrassment actually that the council members and the DOE did not stay and hear all the parents in the audience there and all the elected officials as well, council members. But thank you for all that your work there. Speaking of, and it's appreciated by members of the community. All right, so I make motion to adjourn the calendar meeting.
I second.
If we can take a roll call vote for Chanel.
It was just
Robin Broshi, absent. Kaushik Das. Yes.
Yes, sorry.
Daniela, yes.
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 Lupe,
Yay.
Robin Kelleher, yes. Chen Kwok,
Yes.
and
Yes.
Len Silverman.
No. No, oh yes.
We have
Don't,
6.
come on.
Yes.
Lim Fong is absent. Lily's absent. Spencer.
Yes.
Okay, so meeting's adjourned. 1, 2, 3, 7.
Ben, can I just say something? I really have to go. If you want a quorum, I'll stick around for quorum. But I can't stick around for a long meeting. I just can't. I have too many.
I'm the same boat. My kids are still awake.
I'd rather not have another meeting. We
That's
can
why
run
I'm,
through this
if
like,
you want to just get the quorum going,
yeah, but the problem is we have to vote on pass the budget. If we can just pass the budget, then whoever stays or doesn't stay is fine with me.
can
But
we do that? Is that the first item on our agenda?
we can make a motion to make it the first item.
Can we do that? Because
Make a motion to make it the first item.
well, we haven't had the meeting yet.
Yeah, well, okay.
You have to start the.
Yeah. So let's roll call for, it was actually the second on, liaison is the first one. Can we have a roll call for the business meeting, the February working business meeting?
Okay, roll call to start February working business meeting. Robin Broshi, Kaushik Das. Yes, Daniela.
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez.
Yeah.
Robin Gallagher, yes. Chen.
Yes.
Ben Morden.
Yes.
Len.
Yes.
And Plunksam absent. Liwa absent. Spencer.
Yes.
It passes. 7. Let's go.
Okay. Once, twice on the liaison information. Anyone with liaison? Okay. Next item is the budget modification. Chen, can you give us a simplified version of it, and we'll just vote on it?
Can I share my screen? I have a session here. I don't think I can share my screen for some reason.
You're you have co-host abilities. You should be able to.
Yeah, I started another session. I just don't have the wrong one.
Do you want me to share it?
Yeah, if you don't mind,
All right, just give me 1 second.
if you go into the actual Google spreadsheet, worksheet.
I don't have I just have access to the
PDF. The PDF should be fine. Yeah, PDF should be fine.
All right. Which one do you want? The
Let's just look at the high level first.
Just 1 second. I have to the breakdowns, and then the other one, the modified budget, the budget or the cost breakdowns.
Yeah, the modified budget draft.
Okay, just 1 second. I'm pulling it up. Oh my gosh.
Sorry to.
All right, just
this is Eddie Lau, Mandarin interpreter. I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you meet me through the Mandarin line? I dropped off the call dropped off earlier. Thank you.
Yep, I'm gonna do it right now.
Okay, can people see it? Chen, do you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right, just
Okay,
tell me
so
if you need me to slide it over. It's very wide.
just keep it there right now. Thank you very much. Just basically, we discussed, putting this modified budget to provide more funding, move some funding to the consumable supplies, materials for students. We need to fund the technology software like Zoom and the websites and all that. That's about 3,015, so it's a little bit slightly up from the approved one. And we wanted to try to put more money into the P card to pay for some expenses, like some of the software, because some of them don't accept POs. We're still working that out based on policy. In essence, Ben has been paying it for himself, so we need to find a way, to pay for some of the services without having to cut a PO at this point, but we would prefer to cut a PO. And then we reduced the supplies 198 down to 100 from 1,800. And equipment, we decided we're not going to buy any equipment. It's almost the term is almost over. So drop all that to 0. Everything else down to 0. No business cards. There's no need for staff transportation. Chanel had kindly offered to give that up, even though she may need that at times to come to the office, whether it's, leave or leave at a late hour like today. I got you to the office anyway, but, and the member expenses, we bumped it up just to be able to cover what we anticipate would be the member expenses. Note that, the member expenses, if everything was if we use everything to the maximum limit, it would far exceed that. It would take more than half of our budget. But I think based on our current, what we know thank you for the council members who submitted their reimbursements as of January, and to give an indication for the last period of time, 6-7 months. You can see the remaining balance here if you scroll over a little bit, Ben. But this is the proposed one based on moving some money around and to free up more money for supplying students who are living in temporary shelters or who have economic need. Okay, so this is what we think. Now, as far as the, right now we're all in remote. Hasn't been that much of a difference that we've seen in anticipation. If we go back to in person, we will still want to have a Zoom that can stream out to YouTube, but we will not be in hybrid. We won't be able to afford that or have the know-how. We've mentioned this at previous meetings. We've already raised to the to DOE to our new face rep that we cannot, and we suggested that that DOE step in on behalf of all the education councils to provide a solution for hybrid meetings should that day come. When they've lifted the COVID mandates for schools now and vaccinations and being in person. So I imagine that we would soon be in person at some point, but we can't do hybrid on our own. So we won't have that cost as a potential budget. So it'll be simple. It'll be close to what we have now. We still have the flexibility if we need to change it, but there are the deadlines for our POs and orders as of, I think Chanel, is it's February as we speak now, or March for the final POs, final money that goes in?
I have to just double check that.
Okay, but it's coming up soon. Some orders are probably already, frozen out for POs. President Morgan, can you scroll to the right? I just want to just give you an idea of what our spend is by month. I think you scrolled before, so people can see what our spend is, what's been cumulative by category and by the month over each month that they've been incurred. And again, thanks to those council members who submitted their invoices and their reimbursement forms for reimbursement. If you have any trouble getting your money, please let me know. If you know as soon as possible, let me know. You can also chase for reimbursement. But I think, as long as we get it by don't send anything in June, or don't even mess with May, because if we don't send it in, you may not get reimbursed. If you're too late, the next council will have to take money from their annual budget to reimburse you, basically. So they may not want to do that unless you're in the same council and vote for it. Okay, so this is a very high level. If anybody wants to know more detail, we can go to the second page. But this kind of serves as what I think we need to know. It's very much in line. It's not that major shift, and it's just to support everything that we're doing and to support the member reimbursements that we think are coming. Anybody have any questions?
This looks great, Chen. Thank you so much.
Okay, and March 3rd is the last day for the budget modification, and April 3rd is the last day to create any POs.
Yeah, so we have to submit this by March 3rd. Hopefully we can get it approved and we can submit. Lupe, do you have a question? I don't know if I'm the right person to recognize, but I see Lupe has her hand. Council member Lupe has her hand.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the work that you put into this. Question on, I know we spoke about at the last year's budget modification meeting about the possibility of going back in person and whether we would consider childcare. And I will let you know that community boards, youth and women's committee had reached out to CEC. I believe they sent all of us an email, and I know they had been discussing, I guess, with council members and borough president regarding childcare, possible future legislation that would even require public bodies, including CECs, as well as community boards, to require childcare. But being we're not in that space right now, I just want to raise that and see, is that in a budget line that can be, I guess, flexible after this vote?
So the childcare that, you know, that you're talking about childcare for people attending the meetings, or childcare for council members who are attending the meeting?
And or both.
Okay, so right now, we don't have a specific line item for the babysitting childcare services. We have that as, it's a category that we can put money towards. So that is a good point. We can discuss it, and if we want to put some money towards that, you know, how much do you think it's going to cost? Do we want to provide childcare for you know, people who join the meetings? But certainly from a member's expenses standpoint, the $125 a month is also meant to cover the you know, the whatever expenses, including childcare for council members.
Right. I was going to say that our 125 does cover our childcare, but for public members, because CECD2 in the past has provided childcare at some meetings when they were at the district office or 333.
Well, that was for in person. And that,
yes, that's what I'm referring to.
Right, but that's when they brought the child in to the meeting, you know, when they attended there. So there would be one child care provider there for how many kids showed up.
Correct. That's exactly what I'm referring to.
We have 4 meetings left. I don't. Do you have a crystal ball of are we going to be remote the next 4 meetings or not? Because if we're remote, then we don't need to that line item.
Well, we how much is like, what would be the amount that's reasonable that we think we can put towards that, and just put in the budget? We can revise it to do that.
I looked into the past CEC2. I actually did some research and asked, and at the time they were actually paying like the same rate as I believe a paraprofessional, like a day, and depending on the amount of children they had per person. I'm sure that rate's gone up.
They have to be DOE vendors,
correct,
with the proper insurance and all that. So.
Correct.
So if we have 4 meetings left, do you want to put, let's say, what? I saw someone chat from our council member Tom Rockledge said $100. Do we know the amount? $100? Do we put $200 per meeting?
I was going to say
$800 or $1,000.
I think it was 130, but 200 would cover. And again, yes, Ben, you're right. We don't know, and that's hence why my main question was, I couldn't remember if this was a budget line that was flexible, meaning not something we had to decide tonight. But if it is, I appreciate you entertaining that.
I'm happy to put that in. Let's see what we want to you know, move, which pot of money we want to move from to put towards this. And, you know, Chanel, please be part of the conversation as well, because you know the budget as well. And you know what will be,
Yep.
you know.
The only thing is though, after March 3rd, you can't do anything with that line.
I was just going to
not used.
Can I've had my hand raised. I wanted to say, considering how few people we have at these meetings now that we're lame ducks, and the likelihood that we might not have any in-person meetings, I think that that's an expense that would be much better served going towards students in temporary housing. Chanel mostly has been working very hard at coming up with like backpacks with supplies for students in temporary housing. And I think this is definitely something we'd have to vote upon, because I would much rather have that money go directly to students in need. And I see a comment. Yeah, we can't just donate at the end of the year. It has to happen now. The donation has to be in by March. What is it, Chanel, you said?
March 3rd is the last day to get it approved by the council.
Robin, you make a great point, because if we have 40 to 50 people on a Zoom today, in person, we may only have 10 to 20 at most.
Well, and that's also, that includes us, and we're already being reimbursed for childcare. So if we have 5 people there, and the last couple meetings that we had, no one used childcare. We had a couple in person. We had one in June and one in, I think, July. No one came and brought their children.
Yeah.
It just seems like money that I'd much rather see go toward needy families.
I've been in meetings where I was the only one who brought my child, and she didn't need a childcare. So.
I make a motion to vote on this budget.
What would be? I just have one question for Chen. How much money do we have to use for the students in temporary housing and students in economic need for gifts for them? Or
so the line item that we have is right now the consumables, supplies, and materials for students.
Yeah.
That is $8,885. It's a weird number based on the technology spend that we've accounted for. The area that we can maybe take from is the P card, because if we had the money in P card to pay for Zoom with the P card, but Chanel, I think you told me that you sent a note saying that we may not be able to use the P card to pay for the Zoom, and we have to take it from the technology side, which still has both. That I kept the budget for both in there, so I think we have a little bit of leeway to move around. Let me just go over to my spreadsheet here. You can see the cost breakdown sheet.
For Blue Sky, you can take out 120 because Janie was charged with that, so she's going to get that back with her member reimbursement.
Oh, she is. Okay.
Yep, because it was automatically charged to her card.
Okay.
So that 120 can go somewhere else.
Okay, so we gained 120 back. So we can put so we can make the students the supplies for students at $9,005. So I have that on. Unfortunately, let me see if I can share this.
I'll stop
President
sharing.
Morden, can I try to share? I'll just try it.
Yeah,
If you if you see my tax return, please close your eyes. I have to set a lot of stuff here. Sorry.
While Chen is doing that, please send in all of your member reimbursements for January and for February at the end of the month, because it has to be submitted every month now.
We need to do one other vote, unfortunately, after this, and that's a vote for using 333 in case they end remote in March.
Okay, I have to restart my screen. I have to restart my other session.
While Chen is doing that, can I make a motion to vote on 333 as a sorry about that, it's my dying printer there.
I second.
Robin, if you could take a vote on that, or Chanel.
Okay. Robin Broshi, absent. Kaushik Das.
Yes.
Daniela Igorov.
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez.
Yes.
Robin Kelleher. Chen Kwok.
What are we voting for? I'm sorry.
For 333 7th Avenue in case it goes back to in person.
Yes.
Benjamin Morton,
Yes.
Len Silverman,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sing, and Janie is absent. Spencer Silverman. Okay, passes with 6.
I'm back. So, and I'm yes.
Okay, passes with 7.
Thank you.
Can you make my second login co-host, please?
Spencer's now starting his 3 hours of homework.
Crazy. Wow.
Sorry, can we vote on the budget or where are we?
Can you make me co-host on the second login? Sorry. Ah, there we go. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Can you see the modified column L that I just highlighted? So I just
Yes.
changed the consumable supplies materials for students to 9,005 by taking away the 120 from the Blue Sky apps. And that reduces the technology software services down to 2,895. And we put that balance to the supplies for children, for the students. And that ups the supplies to $11,105. Are we, okay, so then the P card, do we need the P card for Zoom? That's like 65 times 4. I have Zoom here for 12 months. So Chanel, we're not going to be able to use the P card for Zoom or not?
I'm not sure yet. I'm still waiting to see if we get the PO. You might just have
Okay.
to leave for 4 months on the P card.
I'll just keep it. I'll just keep it there. Just give it flexibility there. And this
That's
keeps us as 25,000. Yeah, and leaves 11,000 for the member expenses. Okay. So let me just update this. Actually, this will be the total. I mean, I'll update the top side. It's not linked, unfortunately. But let me just transfer the numbers here.
Jen, is it okay if I make the motion to vote on it now?
Yes, you could do that. I'm just going to update the. Yes, please.
All right, make a motion to vote on the modified budget for 2022 to 2023.
I second the motion.
Chanel,
That's what it's going to look like.
take the vote.
Is this a motion to vote for the
Yeah,
modified?
yes, vote for.
Approve the motion to approve the modified
Yes.
budget.
Yes.
As shown in column C of what I'm sharing right now. And the yellow highlights. Yep.
23.
Okay. Robin Broshi, absent. Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela Igorov,
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez,
Yes.
Robin Kelleher,
Yes.
Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Benjamin Morton,
Yes.
Len Silverman,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim, Lily, and Spencer Silverman. Okay, passes with 7.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chen, for all your work. Our treasurer, can you unshare your screen?
Thanks, Jen.
Okay. All right. Next item is the suggestions for future council presentations. Are there any suggestions for future council presentations?
What Mark Ramperson?
I think that would be excellent. Maybe
I'd
we'll
like to
get
ask him some of the questions that I was asking Reggie tonight and have a really a real answer that I could take to parents and say, this comes from so-and-so.
I might be seeing him this weekend for a safety forum. So if he is, I will ask him if he would like to attend that. Or you could have it as part of your committee as well.
No, I'll reach out to him. Thank you for the idea.
Okay. Councilmember Hernandez had a hand up.
Yeah, I just want to uplift some of the New York City's open plans, open streets, applications for schools to apply if they want to do a closed open street for their community. They've offered to do presentations at CEC meetings throughout the district, throughout the city. So I definitely said I would bring it up. I know there have been some parents that have spoke at our meetings asking for this during the pandemic, and I don't think it's widely known that this application process is actually happening, and it will be closing in April. So kind of short notice, but if option, and I will share with you their contact as soon as I get it from them.
I understand how that could be really relevant for community boards, but what do they do with schools?
The schools have to apply.
Oh, the schools.
So
Okay.
Yes, in order for the schools, correct. So they want to. The community boards are addressing this, and they are. However, wanted to come to CECs because it is the school communities that have to apply, and it's quite easy because the school community actually gets to do part of the designing of what the street would look like, and how to for it to best fit the needs of that school community. So,
well, okay, if they have like a presentation that they do, and if they
do,
all
yes,
right, yeah, please forward it.
Yeah, they've offered. Yeah, they've offered. That's why I brought it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Doss, Vice President Doss.
I don't want to spoil it if we haven't gotten far enough, but you were discussing a possible presentation idea with.
We don't have a date yet, but we have possible dates.
So not worth discussing at this time, correct? We can't vote on someone.
Yeah. Unless we vote for all the dates. There's actually only 3 dates. There's the 13th, 28th.
Can we vote on a date outside of council? Can a vote be done to hold an event outside of council by email?
Do we have even enough people here to vote? Moment.
Okay, good point.
3.
I'd like to uplift everyone who's still on.
4. I don't think so.
Is Len still on?
No. Is Danielle on?
Yeah,
Yeah. All right. Let's just pass on it. We'll vote by email.
But you don't want to discuss it yet either, then, right?
Yeah.
It's not ready. Okay, fine. I'll lower my hand.
Actually, we don't have a quorum at the moment.
We need to end.
Yeah.
That means we can't adjourn, by the way.
Once I've uplifted you, you can adjourn.
I don't think that's how our bylaws work, but okay.
Yeah, we have 5. So can we pull someone in so you can vote? Close this.
What happens if we don't adjourn?
What we have?
We'll just stay on here until next month.
All right. Well, then even a parliamentarian should set. All right.
Peace out.
Then we're just gonna have to do majority vote here. All right. I vote to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
All right. All in favor? Okay.
I still think
any abstains? Any opposed?
I still think you're out of order, and this meeting is not.
Wait, so I don't have to record that, right?
It would just they're all in favor.
Okay.
And that's how you can record it. All right. Well, this is new for us, first time. All right. All right. Well, thank you everybody for joining us for our February calendar and working business meeting. We'll see you after winter break, 2 weeks, and hope you'll have all a good February and Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Thank you, Ben. And thank you for the compliment earlier. Sorry.
Thank you, everyone.
And thank you, Chen, for putting the budget. I'm really glad we got
thank you
passed. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chanel.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Thank you, Chanel, for all. All right. Good night. Everyone
Good
have
night.
a good
Good night,
night.
everybody.